Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dragoneye2427 here today, and today I got a little something special for you guys. Got a special guest. Care to introduce yourself?
What's going on, guys? My name is ShadowCoDer. I am an ex-modder / coder for the older gens of COD, specifically the golden era, the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii.
So when I'm recording this is going after the first recording set because I actually forgot to do this, but by the time you guys are hearing this, this is going to be like the intro, so we're going to have talked a bunch by this point, so keep that in mind. So are you ready, ShadowCoDer?
Yes, sir.
And as usual, for anybody watching, I'm going to be leaving the links in the description to both of our channels. So if you want to check out ShadowCoDer's channel or my other stuff, of course, I'm going to be leaving that in the comment section and description. So with that out of the way, leave a like and subscribe if you enjoyed.
Come on, get ready.
Time to erase it. 踊ってもらおう。
Shang Tsung wins.
Even in my most recent video when I was bullshitting about the Pokemon thing, Smugglana, I have no idea who the hell she is. I mean, other than the fact I watch her content every now and then because she's funny, but you put her in the title or you put her in the description and you link the actual video where it came from because you are still utilizing their content. You want people to not only see where it's coming from, but also have the ability like, oh yeah, okay, you know, I want to go see the full thing in full context. And that's honestly something that drives me nuts when I see content creators like Call of Shame is a prime example of it.
Yeah.
Gaslighting ass motherfucker. Oh my God, dude.
I've seen that dude. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Dude, he will literally. Rick
Didn't he get
is
exposed not that long ago because he was trying to like simp out for some e-girl or something like that?
I have no idea.
Like a Warzone streamer, and everybody was calling him Call of Simp or something.
Dude, at one point in time he was. I know he was because he's just being an idiot. But like, the problem is that with Call of Shame specifically, is the dude is. I mean, I don't normally talk about shit like this mainly because I feel bad because I know he's a private person, but he got doxxed a while ago by a cheat provider because he was using that cheat provider and he was talking mad shit about him at the same time. So when he said, screw you, and went ahead and connected the dots and he flat out like said, hey, this is his age, this is where he lives, et cetera, et cetera. Granted, the internet has pretty much been scrubbed free of it, but I happen to stumble upon it. And it makes what he says and what he does really depressing in context. So he will sit there and he will be the nastiest person alive and just be extremely sarcastic and just downright just an asshole and extremely spiteful. The dude is in his 50s. Like, good Lord. Yeah, dude, it's actually insane. And if I did it on my other channel. I'm not sure if I don't think I ever talked about it on this channel. But I did the math and he said that he worked for Symantec during the IRC wars. Well, the IRC wars were between 1990 and 2003. So at his oldest, he would be, if you take, because you have to be 18 years old and older to work for Symantec. So you take the, let's say he started working from like in 1990, which is essentially what he was claiming. Yeah. So you subtract 18 from that, you get to like 1970, I think it was like 1972, right? So that would put him at the time of making that video that he made at like 52 years old. And I'm like, dude, what? You're 52 and you're sitting here trash talking people like half your age. For what reason? Like, it just, you hold so much hate and discontent for these people and you're in your 50s. In the way that he talks too, he talks like he's in his 20s. But again, the math doesn't lie. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he'll sit there and he'll like pretend that like, oh, it was a team of people. Oh, well, it's just one person now. It's just this. It's just that. And it's like, you lie so much that you can no longer keep your story straight. Like I don't know. I've always tried my hardest to be as honest with people as I possibly can because I believe in karma. You know, you get what you put into the world. And with that specifically, like, I mean, even now, I still help run one of the oldest standing hacking, coding, and modding websites for the golden era of Call of Duty, specifically on the Wii, PS3, and Xbox 360 side. Bully Wii Hacks. I help run that website. And am I proud of everything that's ever gone on there and what we posted? No, but I don't delete it. I can because I'm a mod, but I don't because it defines who I am. I'd rather be honest with people in the sense of like everything that I do than try and hide it or pretend like I'm something that I'm not. I actually had a guy not too long ago comment on my one of my shorts. It was the most recent one, the whole wake up Call of Duty thing, where I essentially just called them fart knockers. And he asked me, "Is this your gameplay?" And I went ahead and replied, "Yeah, I'm not the best. I know I'm average, and I'm as average and as casual as you can get. I know I'm not the best, and I prefer to be honest about that and my skill level rather than spending hours trying to get good footage, and in the sense of like pretending that I'm better than I'm not." Because it's just, if you get put in a situation, right? Like I get backed into a corner, for instance, and I have to go up against a really high KD player, or whatever. I am not going to be able to perform to how I'm performing in my videos. So I'm gonna be facing. I mean, one, with my background with coding and everything else like that, it would make the allegations of me cheating even worse. And I don't think that's what people think about when they start posting shit like that. Specifically about like a Mark as a Hero or Frizz Eyes, who do too, Box, and they just refuse to admit it. I actually think Frizz Eyes admitted it at one point, but
yeah, I don't know if it's either of them, but I know one of them. There was a guy that was on an esports team who said that, yeah, I do it, but like who doesn't? Like he said, he basically insinuated that the entire CDO was doing it to like boost their stats for the scrimmages.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts. And actually, hilarious enough, hold on, I'm going to send you an image really fast. Speaking of Mark of a Hero, I was checking Engine Owning's website, and I came across to this post just the earlier today, and it made me laugh. I don't know if they're a fanboy or they just really hate Mark of a Hero, but somebody's using him as their profile pic and publicly posting on their website.
Yeah, dude, I don't know if he's seen, but I got into an argument with Call of Shame a couple weeks ago because he basically said that that if you got banned on Call of Duty, right, the Ricochet thing, that it's because you were cheating, and that the anti-cheat is never wrong because basically somebody manually reviews it, and like basically there's no way that they're wrong. But we already know for a fact that that's not true because they've actually unbanned cheaters in the past, like quote unquote cheaters, because they found that it was an error, and the Ricochet team has actually made tweets about that saying that they were wrong about it, like it was an automated error.
Yeah, dude. And the thing is too is that like I can argue both for and against what he's saying. I understand where he's coming from a technical stance, in the sense of he's going to be a dick about it. So like the way that it's coded, like you say, it's an automated thing. So if it's coded wrong or there's an error that creates a false positive, it is still a quote unquote positive, even though it's false. So the anti-cheat isn't incorrect in the sense of, oh, it was this, it was that. And that's what he's arguing for. But again, it is a false positive. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like in the sense of like the Bobby Poff situation, I talked about that in one of my videos. Technically, he is correct. It is not the Ricochet anti-cheat did what it was supposed to do, but it was a false positive due to the fact that those bytes were put there in a different way. So yes, while Ricochet did detect it, it was a false positive in the sense of it was him that was doing it. So it's just he's going to be a jackass about it. And yeah, it's just I really wish I would have seen that comment.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it like so I believe this is the way they've said it on their tweet, but when you get flagged by Ricochet, basically you don't get immediately banned, you just get like basically put into this limbo. Yeah, you get shadow ban and you get like limited, what they call limited matchmaking, and then after that somebody has to like manually like do the perma ban. That's what they've said, but I think people say that there's like a second. They've explained it like I said, it's in layers, like a hamburger. There's like the first initial shadow ban, and then the second AI kicks in and then does the shadow ban, because a lot of people have said that Basically, they fired. I don't know if you've heard, but they fired a lot of the people on the anti-cheat side, and they replaced them with AI to like help do the work with them. So a lot of people are speculating that the AI is the reason behind a lot of these automated mistakes.
Oh yeah, 100%. And the thing is that I even made a argument when because I actually the same commenter that asked if that was my actual footage or whatever, and or if that was my gameplay, asked me straight up. He's like, "Do you think that they'd be able to detect walls and everything?" And the thing is that and like I told him, the answer is yes and no. They can. It's just going to be an absolute freaking pain in the ass, because essentially how the ESP cheats work is. Because again, I used to develop these fucking things, is accessing game files and game data in real time and transmitting it to their cheat engine, and their cheat engine is creating an overlay over your PC screen, and showing people in real time where shit is. So if you have, like, say, Microsoft Azure, or how it's supposed to work, how they're claiming that it's supposed to work in the new anti-cheat update that they just did for Season 2. If you set it up so it scans the PC and scans for everything before the game, or as the game is booting up, and before and after every match, you will essentially have a safeguard system in order to be able to detect everything in real time. The problem is what they have done with it is, rather than actually going through and setting it up properly, like random, in actually investing time and money into their actual anti-cheat security sector, is they decided not to do that because they're idiots. And so what these cheat devs are able to do, sorry, I got distracted there for a second. So what these cheat devs are able to do is they're able to essentially backdoor in what do you call it? When you take the reverse engineer, there we go, the anti-cheat, and they have found multiple different points of interest. For instance, I pointed this out to him as well. When these guys talk about screen cleaners and stuff in their in the cheat setup, right? They're like, oh, it comes with a screen cleaner and screenshot protection. What that is the anti-cheat. What it does is it at random, it will take screenshots of your screen. But due to the fact that, again, their cybersecurity is literally like Game Boy level security, these cheat devs have managed to reverse engineer it and found out every single time that it's going to screenshot. So before it screenshots, the cheat itself will shut off for literally a microsecond while that screenshot is being taken, and then reopen itself back up to the point where you don't even notice that the cheat shut off. And that is how they get away with it. That's their screen cleaner.
The funny thing too, okay, so this is a different story, but somebody figured out I don't know if this was during, I think it was during BO6, or like near the end of it, somebody figured out a way to basically like trick the anti-cheat into turning off. Because the way the anti-cheat works is basically like, you know how they have like a dev mode, right? Where they can just toggle a cheat on and off. Well, apparently during an update, they forgot to remove that option, so hackers that were like hacking the game were able to toggle that off and just run around with like cheats for a bit, and they had to patch that.
Oh yeah, dude, it's the same situation as how they managed to actually get God mode to work.
Yeah,
like these are simple like DVAR sets that should not be able to be accessed by the public at all whatsoever. Like these are simple command line stuff that I've showed off in a couple of my videos of stuff of just like the unlock all tools or anything like that. Simple stuff that should not be able to be accessed with server-side detections. But due to the fact that the game itself doesn't update and the server doesn't run it through every single goddamn game, that's what happens. Like traditionally in Call of Duty, one of the cheats that I call it cheats, and this is actually just more of a dick move. But during the Hacker Wars, BO1, we were having a lot of issues on the Wii of people account hopping. And essentially what that was is I could go into a lobby and send you an ally request because it was set up, the Wii was set up differently from the PS3 and Xbox 360. So the game and everything was all completely separate from the Wii itself. So what I would do is I'd go into a lobby, I'd send you an ally request. Go to that ally request in my sector, and then hit the button activator. Go back out of the lobby. Back off. In you have a selector of 4 different profiles you can hop on, and just hop onto a different profile. Hit that button activator again, and it will throw you offline and put me onto your account. Wow. And I can do whatever the hell I wanted. So the issue that we were at, so we had to come up with an anti-hop. So what we decided to do, because back in those days, the account was made up of 3 things: a login ID, an XUID, and an ally code. So what we decided to do is we found the addresses for those, and we essentially wrote over it. So we could turn it to complete gobbledygook. The problem is, though, is that nobody can send you an ally request, but that was literally the whole point of it, to ensure that your account would be safe. Or if somebody did send you an ally request, because it went to a live account, it would be a dummy account. So you wouldn't have to worry about somebody actually being able to access your stuff. And the other thing is that I got pissed off, and I was like, I really want to fuck with people. And this is one of those situations where I'm not proud of doing what I did, but it is something that I did do. And I don't think I've ever actually released it. I don't think so. It may be in the Hackers Club on our website. So it's just like developers, so we're able to get their hands on it. But essentially what would happen is I could go to your custom classes, and I would just rewrite the memory for all Tomahawks. And since the game can't read it, obviously, because it's a lot of junk memory, it would cause your Wii to freeze every single time. So, or even just PS3, Xbox 360, if you didn't actually get onto the other people's accounts, and it would cause the console to freeze because it doesn't know what the hell to do. So, it's whack, dude. Like, but no, so it was, I believe it was a buddy of mine, Nero. That was the one that ended up developing the freeze.
Dude, I thought you were talking about Nero Cinema for a second. I was like, whoa.
No, dude. If I remember correctly, it was an old buddy of mine, Nero, who was the one that ended up developing the code to freeze that shit with the Tomahawk stuff. But I really wish I could find that thing. I can't remember where the hell I posted it. I thought I had it, but no. So what it essentially would do is, like I said, it would rewrite your memory for it, and your game wouldn't know what the hell to do, and it would cause the whole console to freeze. And there was nothing you could do to rewrite it unless you were another modder or a hacker or a coder, and you were able to get onto the account and reset the custom classes. Other than that, the account was completely dead. You could not use it. You couldn't access it in game, and you couldn't access it out of in just the lobbies. So it got to the point where a lot of that stuff was happening, and the best way I can put it is you really learn how to protect yourself, in that sense of how important actually knowing what the hell you were doing in order to protect yourself in those situations. That's why I've always kept myself extremely private, because I knew what I was doing back in the day, and I'm like, I was a fucking child, and
Yeah, I believe you though, because that's the same thing that happened back in the ALGS last year, where people were able to hijack people's gaming, the ALGS computers, and inject their own hacks into them remotely.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that you have to. The best way I can put it is, even now, right, where you have some of these cheat engines that are allowing players to crash lobbies, in the sense of MW2. I hopped on MW2 with a couple of friends of mine. It was for a couple of days. We were just playing DMZ, and the amount of times I ran into cheaters that were just not only just aimbotting like crazy, not caring, but I had 4 separate matches that were crashed because the cheater ended up getting downed and didn't want to lose their stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't think that people understand just how dangerous that is, because the best way, hold on, I just want to double check my information, because I'm 99% sure they can still do it, but yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry, I wanted to double check something that I was looking into real quick about the code because I was going to send you a screenshot of the code from a while ago and see if I had any actual old gameplay footage of it working. I'll try and boot up Dolphin or something like that, and possibly see if I can get that to at least get some footage to actually kind of show you what it looked like, because it was messed up. But anyway, when people crash lobbies like that, you are still committing a DOS attack. You are still a denial of service attack to a game server, regardless of how you think, like how good do you think you're hiding yourself in that sense. Activision has ways to figure out that, like they can see that.
Oh, they do. They 100% do, because on the FGC side, so we recently interviewed like a cheater that was like one of the guys that was making the cheats for Tekken 8, and that guy said that basically that game doesn't have any anti-cheat whatsoever, right? But here's the thing: it runs on Unreal Engine. I don't know if it runs on 5 or 4, but it runs on one of those Unreal Engine games. I mean engines, But basically, what he said is that 100% Bandai Namco could put in easy anti-cheat like super easily. They just choose not to because they don't want to pay money, and like they're one of the stingiest companies on anti-cheat. But the funny thing is that they do have it for Elden Ring, which I found so bizarre, because they have it set for like a single player game, but not for a multiplayer game. So
that's extremely odd.
Yeah. So for Activision, they 100% could like obviously fix the servers and like have all these like workarounds that for like exploits and stuff like that. But the main thing I have heard, because I've talked to a couple of people on the inside that work at Activision, and the main thing I have been told is that the reason why is because there's like this like chain of command where the security guy that's like basically getting like it doesn't start there, but it gets started like at the community level, where the community manager or whoever's looking at the tweets, the community feedback, they're relaying this information to their higher ups, and then that's got to go all the way up, and then each person's got to approve it, and it's got to work all the way itself back down to the software level engineers and the anti-cheat developers, and then basically they got to come up with that patch, and they got to send it over to the higher ups again so it can get approved, and then that's whenever it gets rolled out. That's why everything takes so long for stuff to come out. There's like a chain of command.
It's whacked, and I mean just like at the base level, like when you're committing a DDoS attack, or even just like a DOS attack, like you're the only one that's doing it, right?
Yeah,
you are still your PC, regardless of how you're trying to hide yourself. Your PC is the one that is sending the packets of information, like the junk packets, to the server to crash it. Activision can quite literally just go back and go, okay, where are these packets of information coming from? Oh, this is where they're coming from. And then the thing is, it's a federal offense. Like, I don't understand what makes it worth it. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you look like you're big and bad at the moment, but it's a federal offense, number one. And number two, is it really worth it? Like, is it really worth gambling your life, the money, dude? Like, it's actually insane. And I've never understood people that do it. And how people used to do it back in the day is they would use a piece of software called Cain and Abel. And it was a sniffer tool.
Yeah.
And they would get people into the lobbies, and they would be able to pull IP addresses and stuff like that. The other thing is, too, with the Wii, is simply just because it was a server, but it was also peer-to-peer. So if you're in one of these lobbies, you can literally you didn't even need a sniffer tool. You could literally just there's cheat codes out there that would allow you to just see people's stuff, because you can access that stuff. When I say BO1 for the Wii was quite literally like it was so bad. Like when you have people that can quite literally access your account that have no coding knowledge at all whatsoever, just because they download a code manager and can jailbreak a Wii, which was literally just as simple as easy as using like hackme.com and downloading the Letterbomb hack, and then bing, bang, boom, you're good to go. You have the homebrew channel, and then you boot up Gecko OS, and you are essentially able to do whatever the hell you wanted. There were some codes that were obviously patched out and just don't work due to small patches rolling out. You can't use, there were certain DVAR codes and scripts and setups that you would essentially for like infinite ammo or what the hell was it? UAVs and a handful of other things that Activision patched out. But due to how the Wii was set up, they couldn't roll out patches the same way they could for like the PS3 and Xbox 360. So there was no stopping any of this. It was literally a gamble every single time you got on there. And there was a lot of different other exploits that people would use. There was like a stance and a smoke thing that would you could type out in a message, and it would just freeze the console. And because it would bring up what are called essentially like illegal characters, like kind of like button characters and whatnot, and that's how you get it to like show in game or whatever for stuff like that, and like in your name or anything.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
Freeze it. no, it freeze it.
Yeah, like, so going back, so I don't know if you remember a while ago, but you remember when all the BO3 drama was going around where you couldn't play it because people could like install malware on your PC and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, the RCE exploits.
Yeah. So a lot of people were wondering, was like, okay, so clearly they fixed it there, because whenever that was going around, I don't know if you remember, but like within I think within a week of that going out, they instantly patched most of the exploits. And a lot of people were like, so they only care whenever they're getting bad press about it. But like what I've been told on the inside is that they actually had that patch ready for years. They were just sitting on it, waiting for it to get approved. And it was only because of that they basically put it out there. But that patch was already done.
That doesn't surprise me at all whatsoever.
Yeah, they were just sitting on it for years apparently, and I was like, really? And it's like the same thing with like whenever, like, you know, when MW2 remastered the campaign, they were sitting on that for years as well. It was only when MW 2019 wasn't selling so well that they greenlit the idea to launch it.
It's so whacked because these companies, again, they have the ability to do certain things, but due to the obnoxious chain of commands and having to okay things and whatnot, like it puts your user base at risk. Like you need to have a failsafe in the sense of like there needs to be somebody at that base level that is in the anti-cheat team that is constantly like you should not. The best way I can put it is technology is forever changing and forever evolving. So as a person that has been involved in tech and done things, you know, since I was, 13, 14 years old, you can never stop learning. You always have to evolve with the tech. And this is something that, I give this gripe all the time to the older generation that get mad or get irritated. The prime example is that I love to give is the self-checkouts, right?
Yeah.
Can it be a bit of a pain in the neck for you as the customer to be able to handle your own stuff? Yes. But at the same point in time, that is how that is what we are pushing towards, is more automation. So you getting angry and freaking out and, screaming, bring back the cashiers, that's not going to do anything. You cannot live on that, like in the sense of like dig your feet in the ground, because you're going to be left behind. You have to learn to evolve. You have to learn with the newer stuff. I tell people this all the time, because the vast majority of older generational people that I know are extremely smart, but they refuse to move on with everything. Like the POS system, for instance, for Walmart, essentially from what my friends have told me, has been the same for like 5+ years. And the main with most POS systems, they run the exact same as well. Yeah. And it's not hard. 99% of the directions, it'll walk you through how to do it. Or if there's something that you can't do, it will flag an associate to come over and check your stuff, or, scan the ID badge in order to say like you're buying alcohol or cough syrup or something like that. And, you're not alone. There are people that are there. But it's not any different really than when you're doing a checkout with, say, a cashier. It's just you're the one putting the groceries in the bag. And I've always said this as well, because this is another argument that I used to hear is, well, if I'm going to be bagging my own groceries, they better give me a discount for it. Homie, you're bagging groceries. The people that are bagging groceries are making minimum wage. So like, I don't. It's you know what I mean? It's an entry level job. So you want a discount because one, you're bagging your own groceries at an entry level position. That's just depressing. Like I don't understand where it got. Like I get the whole thing of like, oh God, I lost my train of thought there. But like it's just, You hear the complaints all the time, and it's the same people that will complain about that in the sense of bring back the cashiers, but they're also the same people that will sit there and complain when the cashiers don't bag their stuff correctly.
100%.
So it's a lose-lose on both fronts.
And like this was like going back to it. Right, one more thing right here before I swap over to my PC. But so a lot of people were hoping that things would get better because you remember in MW2 they were promoting 3,000 devs, 3 years, stuff like that. And with the 3,000 devs part, we all thought that that was going to mean, you know, like more people hands on the team and stuff like that. And really what it amounted to is basically, since there's a lot of people now, there's more people, there's like, it takes forever for stuff to get done because now it's got to go through this guy's got to send to this department, now this guy's got to do this, you know? So it really feels like the whole 3,000 devs just kind of came back and it hurt them more than what they thought was going to do, you know? Like, I thought it would be a really good thing.
Oh, yeah, dude. And to kind of like further your point with that, it's like that. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Just burped there for a second. But there was an Activision dev, or there was maybe it was a Blizzard dev. I can't remember. But a dev came out that used to work for Activision and flat out said that for the most part, the dev team is the same legacy dev team. There are some people that have obviously moved on. And
I think that was Infinity Ward.
It may have been. I honestly, I can't remember. But he emphasized that the problem is that what they're also seeing is the push with AI in the sense of we were talking. He was specifically talking about how the calling card situation for BO7, how they used a certain art style and stuff like that. In the way that he put it is, you can have, you know, the 3,000 devs, but also like you said, it's got to go through the chain of command. But now they're also eliminating certain positions to minimalize it in the sense of like being able to use it for AI. So I think the example that he said is when, say, the you know, the actual game dev goes ahead and would need a specific calling card made, he would tell the art guy, hey, I want this calling card. This is how I want it to look, XYZ. They go ahead and they do it in their own art style, and, you know, it looks great. They want to eliminate that conversation. So what they're doing now is they are having the devs put it into an AI prompt, and it is spitting it out. But again, the problem with AI, specifically with art creation, is it's pulling information and pulling different types of lookalikes, is the best way I can put it, is from other avenues. So you're going to run into art styles that are either identical or you know, they could be different. I mean, I'll be honest, I use AI for my avatar, and because I'm not very artsy, I'm not very good at it, so I use AI for my avatar. And there's times where I'll put something into the prompt and I'll be like, oh, I want, you know, my avatar to do XYZ, and it will spit it out and it will do exactly what I want it to do, but the face in the actual outcome will look like doggy do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It gets all warped because it's still pulling in information from everywhere else. It's not just pulling information from what you're telling it to do. So even if you upload an image in the sense of like, I want it to look like this, it's still pulling information and prompts and everything else from where its servers, which is connected to everything. So you're getting a mashup of it rather than just a direct straight line to what you need. So long story long, that again, what you said, the 3,000 devs thing is also like they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, so I've only ever used AI once, but it was never really in my like content creation. So I actually have I have a degree in ITs, and like I know a bit of it, like C++, C#. So I understand at base level like a lot of the stuff you're saying, and I've actually kind of like do you know what Fire Emblem is?
You know what
Fire Emblem is?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so I actually mod for the GBA, so I actually kind of understand here and there, and I've only ever used AI to troubleshoot. Like if I am like dead stuck on something and I can't figure out what's causing a bug, I tried using AI to ask it stuff, but the problem with it is that the AI doesn't understand how the engine works, so it gives you solutions that don't make any sense. And
oh yeah, 100%.
And like I actually sat there like the other day when I was looking at what it was telling me to do, and I'm like, And they're using this to troubleshoot, like to fix the games, you know? But like,
Yeah.
And that's why they're buggy.
Dude, it's so bad. It's the same situation as Microsoft is having with the creation of Windows 11, dude. Like they are using AI integrated into it so deeply that they are creating problems.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm using OBS, so if there's one thing I have learned is that anything that can go wrong will go wrong with it. I don't know. I don't know if it's still up there, but I remember I was live streaming MK1 when it came out, and I was streaming for like a solid 3 minutes, and I was talking to myself with no audio, and I was like, hello, nobody can hear me? Dang it. And I had to like redo the stream. But luckily it was only 3 minutes. But yeah, it's kind of a pain to troubleshoot like the mic when you're live streaming. But yeah.
I do 100%. Like it's I actually ran into that issue with OBS myself. That's why I don't use it when I'm capturing gameplay or anything. I always use my Elgato 4K capture application rather than OBS, because I refuse to fight with OBS and fix my settings every single time they do an update. And like I can have the best way I can put it is I can have my stuff capture in perfect 4K for the Elgato application, but when I go to OBS, same settings, and even just through the default device settings that my capture card puts out, which should be completely fine, it looks like crap. It's frizzy, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna go into the advanced settings, and I'm not gonna fight with this. This should not be like I should not have to mess with it this much in order to just, especially like if it's coming off the default device settings. It should just automatically, whatever. I'm a child, and I'm like, you know, I throw tantrums, and I'm just like, you know, I'm done with this. I'm not fighting with it, so I just use.
I've honestly not had an issue with OBS. The only issue I have with OBS really is that, like, if you try to plug in like a new mic, right, you have to like, for some reason, it doesn't auto detect your old profile, so you have to kind of go into the properties and reselect it. But that's the only issue I've ever had with it.
Dude, it's that, and because it's the same situation as like what Discord will do every now and then when it just decides that it's gonna flip audio settings, and I have no idea why. Like, it's even if you have it like set to save, I've noticed that the camera application will do it too. When I'm messing around with inputs and outputs of that, it'll just default to whatever the hell's plugged in first. It won't default to the mic.
You know the DualSense, how it has that like microphone, or not the microphone, it's got like a speaker on it to play like certain sound effects. My brother would play Call of Duty on it, like plugged into the PC, and the PC would mistake it as a output soundbar, and you could hear the gameplay. You could hear the entire game coming out of the controller.
Dude, oh god, that would drive me nuts.
I was like, whoa! I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. But I was like, well, I guess it makes sense because it's got like a speaker in it, so I guess it could make sense that you could play sound out of it on PC.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know what? That's actually really funny. Going into the input and weird things like that. The one of the things that I'm currently working on is I'm editing a video, and it's got a clip of another content creator by the name of Vitshapa. I'm not sure if you've met him yet. He's super chill. But he was playing the other night, and one of the things that Activision said that they were going to roll out, obviously with the recent anti-cheat update, was the detection of like Chronuses and stuff like that, like macros. And it baffles me that it doesn't work by any means. Like, not even the slightest bit of the imagination.
Yeah. Well, I remember when that was going out, I was like, dude, this is going to be a game changer if it works, because we're going to see who's really like good at the game and who's, like cheesing their way through it with Cronus. But a lot of people are saying that it didn't even do anything.
No, it essentially didn't touch anything. For what I've seen, there's only one person. Oh, good Lord. Yawning. There's only one person that I've seen that got banned for quote unquote using it, but there was never any real hard evidence in the sense of, other than just a detection and Activision claiming that it was because of a Cronus. But supposedly the guy doesn't own a Cronus.
Is that the pro player you're talking about?
Yeah, it's the pro player.
But he got him banned though, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did it.
Yeah, because but they later found out that so he thinks that he's saying that the reason that Activision told him that he got banned was because he was using like an audio mixer, like a third party.
Oh, so kind of like Art is War.
Yeah, he says that he said that he recently installed a new audio mixer, and Activision told him it was potentially because of that. But they said that on their end, it was not because of a Cronus. It did not detect that. They said it detected like a third-party software, and that's what he said. He tweeted that.
I don't get it because my thing is that it can detect, like, your anti-cheat can detect stuff like that, but you can't tell when DS4 Windows is running in the background. That's what baffles me.
But here's the thing, though. It can detect if you're streaming the game using Moonlight, because you will 100%. You can get banned for that if you're running Moonlight.
It's so whacked.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll give you a warning if people say that like the Moonlight devs have said that do not use this on Call of Duty because it'll give you like a warning, and then it can ban you because apparently it's like TOS, like you're not allowed to stream the game.
It's so stupid. There are certain precautions and safety features that I can fully understand. And you know what? 4 or 5 years ago, I would totally defend anybody that is using DS4 Windows, because up until a couple of years ago, Call of Duty didn't support the PS4 and the PS5 DualSense controllers on PC. So I fully, and that's how people got around it, is they had to use DS4 Windows.
Yeah. So
as a PlayStation 5 user, or just a person that prefers the PlayStation controllers, I would use DS4 Windows, and I still use DS4 Windows for older games, like the old Harry Potter games.
Yeah.
For PC, I prefer to use my controller, and I can use it and be able to play those games with my controller via DS4 Windows. So it is extremely useful, and it inherently isn't a cheating tool, but you can obviously use it for macros. And it baffles me that there is not something in the anti-cheat that can detect when that window is open.
Yeah.
And when that stuff is going, because I fully understand why they can't ban it, because there are people with disabilities. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it. There's a content creator actually that is essentially like fully disabled, and he uses what is essentially like a mouth whistle controller, and he literally plays with just his mouth and his lips and
we had a guy in the FGC that was like that. I think he played it with his foot, but yeah, and he was winning tournaments like crazy in Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. So like, they obviously you would use DS4 Windows to be able to program that stuff, but I would also assume that probably comes with its own software. But at the end of the day, oh my word, if I could stop yelling, that'd be great. I'm not even tired. But at the end of the day, like, you can't just ban that software because it has uses. So it's a catch-22. It's a damned if you do and damned if you don't. And it's just like right now. For instance, I play with a regular controller for the most part, but I do have a modded controller that I can use whenever I want, and it is completely undetectable. And it obviously has built-in macros and stuff like that, but it's not as powerful and as useful as a Cronus. In the sense of like there is no aim abuse. As a matter of fact, the creators, the people that actually created it, they are against it using aim abuse and aim assist abuse in multiplayer matches. Like, if I were to boot up the game and try and use that setting, which it works for like single player and single player games and whatnot, but if you're in like an actual like match or whatever, like online, I don't know how it detects it, but it does. It's weird. You will essentially just be ADSing rapidly. Like, it looks stupid. Like, like, I don't know any other way to explain it other than just you look like you're sitting there spamming the ADS button off and on. And I don't know if that's supposedly how it takes advantage of it in like single player games, or if there's something built into the mod chip into the controller in some way, shape, or form. I don't know, because it's created through it's controlled via an app on your phone as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
From my understanding, it's like you plug in like a USB dongle onto it or something like that, some sort of adapter, and that's where you load in the cheats.
Oh yeah, Cronus is, but I mean, like, the controller that I have, there is nothing. You cannot tell the difference between this controller and a regular controller, even weight wise. Like, the chip itself is so freaking tiny. that there's essentially no weight difference. But what it does allow you to do is it allows you to do, like I said, certain macros. So auto ping is one of them. Horizontal and vertical recoil is one of the things that you can mess with as well. But it's just like every other macro that you have to go in and you would have to readjust the settings for every single weapon because every single weapon is different. So it works well for, like, obviously some guns in the sense of, like, say an SMG isn't going to be functioning and working the same way as like an LMG would. So you would have to, if you pick up it, say in like in Warzone, you would have to go back into the app and re-edit however the hell it is or whatever, you know, your specific profile for it in order to use it. So I don't use it in that sense. The other thing that allows you to do is obviously rapid fire. And this is what a lot of people don't understand when they think of modded controllers. Modded controllers is just the same way as, like, it doesn't mess with the game's memory. So you cannot program a semi-automatic weapon, so to speak, to be a fully automatic weapon, or like a sniper rifle. Like, I can't shoot a sniper rifle at the same rapid fire speed as I could shoot like an SMG. It doesn't work like that. But what it can do is take like single fire weapons like the M16. If you switch it to single shot, it will essentially act like a full auto assault rifle. It's actually really cool to see. Yeah. But, you know, so it does have its ways, but I don't use it when I'm playing COD, not necessarily because, you know, it can get me in, you know, detected or in trouble because they're undetected. The specific company that makes this, their mod chip and their controllers have been undetected for like 10 plus years.
2 years ago, they figured out how to like hijack the DualSense controllers and inject cheats with like a USB dongle, and they actually they patched out.
Oh, dude, it's nuts.
Yeah, they actually had to. I think so. Yeah, Sony patched it out, sort of. Like they patched out that workaround, but people are still trying to figure out like ways around it. So it's like a constant cat and mouse game. Because apparently, like the DualSense controllers have like a, you remember how the Switch one had that vulnerability that people were using to jailbreak them.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently the PS5 DualSense controllers have a similar vulnerability that the PS4 ones didn't have, and Sony's trying like super hard to like software patch them, but apparently it's like a hardware thing, so they would have to like redesign the controller or something like that to fix that.
That's nuts. Oh, right here, 100%. I just went to their website. 100% undetectable. It has been undetected in the game for over 12 years. Not a single controller has ever been banned. Our mods are 100% stealth and completely undetectable. They have a 4.8 out of 5-star rating for their specific chip hardware. The controllers themselves are all like handcrafted and designed. Over 300,000 custom controllers have been sent out. And like I said, over 12 years in the market, these guys and they cover every single freaking platform. We're talking, you go to their website and you can literally get stuff specifically for the PS5/PC, PS4/PC, obviously because they're interchangeable, Xbox, and even Nintendo. Like they don't care. Like these guys have been in the game for a while, and the thing is too is the controllers are all custom. You can get completely custom brackets, buttons. I even had one custom designed for a friend of mine that had his gamer tag on it, and specifically the Call of Duty MW2 design, which is what the design that he really liked. He wasn't a fan of the MW3 one, so I made the MW2 one. Yeah. But you can even use like glow-in-the-dark buttons, like light-up buttons. It's completely customizable.
Since we're still on the topic of cheats, so I actually want to bring this up to your attention because I know you're well like versed in like how cheats and mods work. But are you familiar about how cheats work in the FGC? Because it's like an entirely different beast over there.
I am not. The only cheats that I'm really familiar with would be the old school ones for like the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii. That was the final generation that I really dabbled with, just because it got to the point where it essentially learned everything that I wanted to learn. And for me, it was never about cheating, so to speak. It was more about showing off knowledge.
Yeah.
For instance, I've said it in profiles or one of my videos when I was talking about like people ragging on me and raging on me for being an ex-modder and stuff like that. My account that I've used since the PS3 era is still the same account that I use to this day. It has over 1,200 hours of Call of Duty play in it. And I have not been banned. And it's partially because I have never used real hard cheats in game. It was always about learning about how things worked. For instance, when the thing that got me on it is I ran into a person when I was on the Wii, and I saw that they had a modded name. And I was like, I want to learn how to do that. That's cool. Like, his name was in color. There was buttons in there. And I was like, you know what? I want to learn how to do that. With the Wii, it was a little different because you could put your name in color. But you couldn't put buttons or anything in there. Otherwise, it would take up way too much space. So you could probably have like an X button and then like 3 characters after that, and that'd be it. So I learned how to jailbreak a Wii, and I was like, you know, I want to learn, you know, more. So as that happened, I started learning how Gecko OS worked, which was the way that you would be able to run cheats through the homebrew channel on the Wii. And I learned what a USB Gecko was, and I managed to get my hands on one, and I learned how to code for those games via a USB Gecko.
Yeah.
And
go ahead.
No, you're good, dude.
You good.
And the best way I can put it is a USB Gecko is, it's the kind of like, think of like an RTM tool in the older gens of COD. It allowed you to edit memory in real time, and be able to just frig with things whenever you wanted to. So that's where I really started to dabble into it, and the more interested I got in that, the more interested in tech I started to get. I learned how to code and stuff through a website called Code Academy, and I learned Java, JavaScript, C++, Python, and stuff through them. And if you ever have any hard interest in learning how to like really going forward with that stuff, they are really good with explaining things, and I actually break it down into like little mini games.
Yeah.
I think I still have a code that I have from when I was like 12 or 13 years old when I was learning how to do this stuff of a old stupid little rock paper scissors game that I coded out of JavaScript. It was I think I still have the code for it. But anyway, so that is more along the lines of my realm. I don't really step outside of COD. And like I said, I haven't been in that sector since those gens. Obviously, with my PS4 and the PS5 gens, I stayed completely out of it. I don't do anything on my PC. I literally use my PC for editing and content creation, and that's it. Yeah. I don't I don't have a COD account or even have Call of Duty downloaded on my PC. Except for one time. I take that back. I did have it for one time when I was showing people. And I actually had somebody to kind of get snippy with me in the comments about like how he was claiming that he uses DS4 Windows and his aim doesn't look jittery. I made the jittering look extremely obvious on purpose because I wanted people to have a visualization of what aim assist abuse looks like if you're just doing it like back and forth. But anyway, so I did use it for that demonstration, and I kind of showed people how that stuff worked for that one. But other than that, I stepped away from it completely. I think I actually still have my PS3.
So do you still play COD, or do you just stick to like the old titles?
I still play COD. Okay. I play COD on my PS5, but that's about it. I have not touched the older CODs in a very long time, due to the fact that
it's like kind of dangerous, low key, to do so even on console.
Yeah, dude, it's the new ways that people are cheating on console is actually insane, and I would love to sit here and say that I can see Activision or Sony cracking down on it. But I don't. And it is because it is such a difficult thing. Like, you would have so many companies that have to coordinate with each other and communicate, and it's not going to happen. You would literally have to have Microsoft working with Sony in the sense of being able to detect their capture card and everything else that's being flowed through the console. Sony would have to beef up their stuff in the sense of like the Cronus. And you look at right now, like the most recent anti-cheat update for COD, right, is supposed to they're supposed to incorporate Microsoft Azure to essentially scan files and stuff through before and after, like, you load in a ranked game.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be able to improve integrity, catch cheating, aimbot, et cetera, et cetera. And
yeah.
Oh man.
It's crazy
it's
though, because
working.
the safest place you could probably play the older CODs now is Xbox. They're Xbox consoles, because the way those consoles work is they run everything through a VM, you know?
Yep.
So that's probably the best way to play those games, unless you can like somehow get like a stable VM on a PC. Because mainly I just play the newer CODs on PC. That's what I mainly do. But yeah, so the reason I wanted to bring this up to you in the first place, this topic, was because when I was talking to people on the COD community, when I was talking about cheats like in the FGC, and they were surprised to hear how different it is, because over there, cheats aren't like aimbot, like, you know, like you're like jittering and like giving yourself movement. Over there, you're not even playing the game. The cheats are that the bot plays for you.
That's messed up.
Yeah. So from an FPS cheating scene, like you're still playing the game. You still have to play the game, but you're giving yourself like these advantages to help you win. Whereas in the FGC, they're using cheats that like basically you're not touching the controller at all. Like I've seen, like we interviewed a cheater one time on a podcast, and we were watching the way the cheats work, and he's like, yeah, you don't even have to touch the controller. You just let the bot do the work. And they were running it in ranked.
It's essentially kind of like oh god, what is it called? Because I'm not sure if they would use like the AI setup, or if it's run the same situation as like speedrunners do it. What is it? It's a tool assisted run.
Yeah.
And what they would essentially do is the PC or the AI, you would essentially program something to be able to do it everything the best way possible.
Yeah.
In the sense of like no human could do.
It's basically like fighting the CPU, but the thing is they modify the script to make the CPU auto react to whatever move you're gonna do.
That's whacked. That is so whacked.
So hold on, just give it, because actually I actually want to show you this real quick. I actually got the video for this. Yeah, so the funny thing is I started out on a phone. That's actually where my first commentary videos come from. I used to have this Yeti, you know, the Yeti Blue Snowball, I think is what it was called before.
Yes.
I forgot who bought them, but Logitech bought them, I think. But yeah, I used to have that thing. I used to have this fucking small ass dongle. First off, the cable length was like 2 inches, so I'd have to have the mic and phone right next to my mouth whenever I'd be recording stuff. So that's how I started.
Oh God, I remember those days.
And then
oh God.
Like I think last year or the year before that, I upgraded to this thing, the Yeti Nano Pro. Found it at Micro Center for like $80. I ended up buying it. The cable that came with it was like dead.
I actually had that issue with one of my cables when I was building my PC not too long ago.
Yeah, I thought my microphone was like messed up. But like, what would happen is if you try to plug in the cable like where it connects to the microphone, it wouldn't stick. It would just fall off. Like you'd have to hold it in there. And I thought my microphone was messed up. And then I had a spare one. I still have it right now plugged in. The spare one, I plugged it in to see if it worked, and that one works perfectly. So they just gave me like a dead cable.
That's obnoxious. I hate it when that happens. And then they'll sit there and be like, we quality test all of our stuff. And then all of a sudden you get something like that.
Yeah. I couldn't return it. That pissed me off so much because I couldn't return it because Micro Center has a policy of not accepting refunds of any microphones as soon as you buy them.
Yeah, I would have been livid.
That's so dumb.
I had to contact NVIDIA in order to get one of my cables swapped out. And during the troubleshooting, they're asking the obvious questions. And I'm like, look, if I didn't do all of this already, like, don't you think I would have done it already by now? Like, I'm telling you that this cable is bad. You gave me a dead cable. For the love of God, just give me a replacement.
Can be cheaters, even when the deck is completely stacked in their favor.
Where he encounters a cheater, and like he's able to calculate how he knows that the guy's cheating and how to counter it. You can hear audio, right?
Starts, I throw a fireball and he medium tattoos immediately. The moment that I press fireball, he medium tattoos, and then. So I'm already, like, immediately I'm suspicious. It didn't take very long for my suspicions to start firing straight away, because he responds to round start fireball with medium tatsu, and then he responds to light whip with instant DI. So already I'm thinking either he got very lucky right at the start, or we're seeing something bad right here. I land a lucky back throw here. I walk back. I'm not pressing any buttons to test what he's gonna do. I throw a fireball, he jumps. Luckily, it wasn't a punish. The moment that I input a fireball here, he jumps straight away on the same frame. Luckily, it wasn't a punish. He also
keep in mind the guy, the cheater, the guy on the right side, the Akuma player. He is not touching the controller at all. He's just watching, basically. He's watching a movie.
Auto text the throw and then jumps again on the next.
This is what I don't understand. I don't understand this stuff in the sense of like why, like you in order to, like, the best way I can put it is in order to deal with cheaters and do what I do in the sense of like the podcast thing that I'm gonna be trying to start up and everything is I'm obviously gonna be inviting some cheaters and some cheat devs and people on there and to talk to them, and but you have to, like, in the sense of like get down to the, no, I don't want to say get down to their level, but like put your mind where their mind is. A lot of players, a lot of people that cheat for the most part are just sick and tired of being cheated on.
Oh, yeah.
Which I understand. It turns into a you fight fire with fire, you can't beat them, join them type of situation. Yeah. And it sucks. And it takes a lot, in the sense, and so like I get where they're coming from with that.
Yeah,
but you have to be the bigger person and be like, you know, I'm not going to. Like I said, and then you got like people like me that got into modding and stuff like that, not because I wanted to cheat, is because I was interested, because I was like, dude, that looks cool. I want to learn how to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta watch out though. So when you do, when you talk to them cheaters, you're gonna get a lot of hate for doing that. I'm just gonna let you know right off the bat, because somebody tried to do that for the FGC. We invited a couple cheaters, and first of all, some of these cheaters are like crazy, dude. I remember we had one like on like a Discord thing, and we were talking to him, and they were like, some of the other YouTubers on the FGC that were bigger than me, they were like, "Aren't you like ashamed that you're like you're ruining somebody else's experience?" And the cheater's like, "I don't give a fuck." He straight up say that, and he literally said, if I could take candy from a baby, I'd do it. And be like, bro.
And that's where I don't have any respect for people, like in that in that spectrum. And the thing is that like the best way I can put it is I when I'm talking to like or when I would go to Engine Owning's website, right, and I post trying to have a conversation or a small little interview with some of their mod staff or anything like that. Sometimes I'd get them, sometimes I don't. The one that I posted just recently, it was a conversation with one of their customers. The guy's very knowledgeable, been around for a while, and he's posted a lot in the sense of like when I saw that they were going to be bringing in new people for their mods in their mod team, I honestly, God, low-key, I'm kind of rooting for that guy. I hope if they're looking at anybody, he should be one of the ones that should be promoted to one of their mods on their website. The guy is extremely smart. He's extremely respectful. He's always trying to help people. Granted, help people cheat, but you know he's there. You know what I mean? He's engaging in the community. So like in the aspect of like this dude's committed, give it to him, bro. But like in the other aspect of it though is that you look at a lot of people look at these cheaters and they just see the cheat, or they just see the cheaters. They don't look at everything as a broad scope in the sense of like not necessarily the community, but the background people. Like if you go to Engine Owning, right? or you see a cheater, you immediately like on COD, you hear them talking trash, you hear them, puffing their chest out, being extremely disrespectful, throwing slurs out, just being a nuisance essentially, right?
Yeah.
But you go to, say, Engine Owning's website, every single one of their mods is extremely professional. They're extremely calm, they're extremely collected, and they act like a corporate business would, like if somebody was working for a corporate business, in that aspect, because they treat it like it's a business. Like it is actually insane, and that's why so many people are like, or Activision, and a lot of these people that are in obviously the anti-cheat team and everything, refer to them as criminals, but in a way a criminal organization, specifically because of how they function. Like it's insane. It's insane because you see, like I said, the customer or some of the customers that will literally just sit there and aimbot you from across the map and will talk trash like they're gods, the greatest thing since sliced bread. But then you get on their side and they're like super respectful. They'll answer any questions. For the most part, they're extremely transparent. And it's wacky because you get more transparency, or at least I've gotten more transparency, so to speak, out of the Engine Owning cheat team in the sense of their mods and whatnot. Even one of their administrators, to the point where, or more than you get transparency from, say, Activision. Like, whenever Activision, quote unquote, tries being transparent, you end up with more questions than you do answers at the end of it. But with these guys, they'll straight up tell you, hey, I can't talk about this. This is how I can answer your question. Sorry. They will give you that. But Activision will just straight up like ignore you, or they'll talk around something, or they will throw out statistics that quite literally just, from me, that it sounds like they're pulling right out of the rear end. Like, it's sad that you see, like I said, a more of a community aspect in the sense of not just from the business sector, but in the sense of like what they build, transparency wise and everything, than the actual anti-cheat team or Activision in general. It's truly depressing.
Yeah, it's at the point now, like in Tekken 8, that people like, because the game still it's on its third year, season 3, and there's still no anti-cheat. They haven't even brought cheaters up. They only talk about like content and like monetization, and people are just so fed up with it. Like season 3 is the make or break for the community. And people at this point are just like rooting for the hackers to just completely take over, just to show Bandai Namco how ridiculous they are. That's what the situation is right now.
You have to, like, there are certain situations, like your situation with that you have to burn it to the ground in order for it to be rebuilt at this point. It's just like the RCE situation with BL3. I'll tell you this right here and now, that, again, pulling IP addresses and frigging with people, that has been a thing since when, like, I dealt with it in BL1. I never play on online games or anything like that without a VPN. I always would ensure that I never downloaded sketchy things. I would always make sure, like, for the best way I can put it is right now there are people that will Google cheats and cheat engines or DS4 Windows and for Warzone, like sticky aim, and they will download these applications not thinking anything of it. Most cheat engines require you to shut off your antivirus. So, I'm not throwing names around because I don't know anybody specifically that's done this, but there were rumors years ago, I think it was actually in one of Call of Shame's videos, that he, as much as I disagree with the guy, I got to give him props for this one. He actually pressed Engine Owning about there were certain cheat providers that were essentially creating a botnet, because there's no way, if you shut off your antivirus, and even some of these, some of them I've seen in the past that require you to shut off your firewall, that like you have no defense. And you don't know what the person on the other end is doing. I mean, it might look like a simple, DS4 reskin application that somebody made, and then when you go ahead and you download it, you execute the application, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, it could be dumping its payload, and you have no freaking idea in the background. You have no idea. This was actually something that was going on years ago. And I've actually watched it happen in real time with a person that was using this, and they reached out to me. There was an RTM tool for the PS3 for Black Ops 1 that was going around for a while. And it had your typical stuff, the ability for you to change your name in game, put in colors, simple stuff, infinite ammo, aimbot, spoofers, whole 9 yards. You could do everything that you would normally be able to do with an RTM tool. But in the background, it was running a keylogger that you had no idea was there. And it was actually used as a Trojan. So when you would execute the application, it would dump its payload. And I was in game with somebody that was using this, and I can't remember the name of the RTM tool, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, I hear him kind of panicking, and I was like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, my laptop's doing something. And I was like, what are you talking about? What is it doing? And he goes, the mouse, it's opening up applications. It's opening up Google Chrome right now. And I'm like, oh, somebody, okay, buddy, you are screwed. So somebody remote accessed his PC. And I was like, again, I'm communicating through him on the game. I was like, okay, do everything, try and gain control back. And I was like, do you have any control? And he goes, yeah, I can use the mouse. And I was like, okay, well, run an antivirus. Is your firewall up? I'm running through all the simple IT stuff that you can run through. And from a distance in this sense, because there's nothing that I could do with the dude. I knew the kid was screwed, but I didn't want to tell him he was screwed. So I was like, okay, so, do this, do that. And the person that was remote accessed was actively stopping his antivirus from scanning the PC. He would stop it. And he goes, well, I don't know what to do. I was like, it's cooked. I was like, do you have any bank information or anything on there? He goes, yeah, I've got my eBay. I got this. I got that on it. I was like, change your password. You log into your phone, change your passwords, change everything you can.
What you could have done there was like, he could have unplugged his PC and then reinstalled Windows on it, because you can't mess with the PC if it's turned off. This is true. Like the login session. That's what I've always been told in IT. If somebody does a remote execution exploit or something like that, immediately the first thing you should do, don't even try to fight it back, instantly power off, and then from there reinstall, and then double check, make sure if you knew that you had anything on it, just change passwords. That is the number one rule I was told.
Oh, dude, that is exactly what you should do. And the kid was scared shitless, and I was like, I was like, okay. And sure enough, he went ahead and he did that. And I get online, I think it was a week later, and he happened to be online. And he told me that the person had gotten access to his eBay account, and he tried ordering a butt ton of unlocked phones. And I was like, okay. He goes, well, the good thing is that the moron went ahead and typed in his address, his physical address, to be shipped it. And I was like, oh, okay. So whoever this was didn't really think everything all the way through.
That's typically the story with hackers. Sometimes they're smart enough to hack into your system, but not smart enough to think it through all the way through.
Exactly. And it was messed up. But so he went ahead and he reported it. And whatever, I don't know what the actual outcome to all that stuff was, but I asked him straight up. I was like, and I asked him, I was like, what RTM tool, what was on there? And he essentially said nothing other than the RTM tool. And I was like, what's the name of the RTM tool? And I can't remember it now. This is 10 years ago. And sure enough, later on, I do remember that RTM tool was making rounds on PSX, which is the old PlayStation hacking forum, in the sense of jailbreaking, custom firmware, etc., and stuff like that, homebrew stuff. Mm-hmm. And that RTM tool did come up in the conversation. It had a built-in keylogger and a handful of other things. And essentially the dude was, in a way, also just creating a botnet and just wreaking havoc with it. And this is why I always tell people, I'm like, don't download dumb shit. Don't click on stupid shit. That is literally IT, cybersecurity 101. Don't click on dumb shit. Don't do dumb things. So it always baffles me whenever I hear people that cheat or use these cheat engines and, whatever, because I've seen it happen. And I don't know any cheat engine that does this now, and especially like a company like Engine Owning, obviously. They've been around since like 2014. I highly doubt, and they've taken a hard stance about protecting their users' information, and they don't log anything, et cetera, and everything like that. So I don't know these guys, but based off of their track record and the fact that I personally don't think that they would throw away 10 plus years of building a customer base and trust, that they would throw it away for doing something stupid like that. But there are cheat providers out there that in the past, at least. Like I said, Call of Shame was one of the ones that called it out. In Engine Owning, I think even confirmed that there were some cheat providers out there that were doing this. And you never know what the alternative motive is behind the face of it. And it's the same situation as like Call of Shame's anti-cheat or Guardian or whatever the hell that he's supposed to be creating. If it's not something that is published in the sense of like through like an actual company or anything like that, or run safety checks, you shouldn't trust it. You shouldn't use it. It's literally IT cybersecurity 101. Like I said, just don't click on dumb shit. Don't do dumb shit. And it baffles me that there are so many people with these high-end PCs that, nowadays, a stick of RAM is going to cost you an arm and a leg, and not to mention everything else, that are willing to gamble on that in the sense of just to cheat in Call of Duty. I don't understand it.
It's not worth it.
No, it's really not. And it's, you see it all the time. And one of my favorite freaking YouTubers to watch is Scammer Payback. And you see scammers like that all the time. Even I get like toll-free calls every now and then. Not necessarily anything from me, but people that have had like phone numbers in the past, constantly. Like when I first got my new phone, I think it was 3 days I had one number, and I went to my carrier and I was like, I need a new number. They're like, why? I'm like, because the person that had this number in the past has signed up for a bunch of like right-wing Republican things. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, look at this. And I'm like showing them spam text messages pretending to be Donald Trump, JD Vance, Robert, FK Jr. or anything like that. And
a similar thing happened to me when I got my phone number. So I had T-Mobile, right? My dad had AT&T. So that's how it was, right? When I signed up for T-Mobile, they somehow gave me my dad's old phone number from AT&T from like 12 years ago. I didn't even know they could do that.
That's whacked.
And like it had his caller ID and everything, and they couldn't change it because this is something T-Mobile told me on the phone. They said, we can't change the caller ID because AT&T owns the phone number. And I'm like, then how do you have it?
Oh yeah, dude, they don't deactivate numbers.
Yeah.
Like that was the thing too, is that when I went in there to change my number, because it was literally like, and the thing is too, is that every hour on the hour, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was it started at like 1:58, and every hour on that, I would get another spam call, pretending to be somebody or pretending to be something every single freaking hour, to the point where I couldn't use my phone.
Yeah.
Because I was just getting spam. So I was like, you guys need to blacklist this number or do something. They're like, oh, we can't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't do that? They're like, yeah, it's not possible. And I'm like, what if I reported to customer service or something like that, like the actual like IT customer service? Yeah, no, they don't deactivate numbers. They just get recycled and put into circulation again. And I'm like,
it's not the phone carrier that owns the phone numbers. Basically, they get it from like a telephone organization that works with all the carriers in the U.S. That's from what I've learned. They basically, it's like an institute that has all the phone numbers, and they basically rent them out to different carriers, and the carriers actually have to pay the money to have the phone numbers.
Hey, dude, it's whacked. And I mean, even when you think of like how cell phones and how cell services used to work, even 12, 13 years ago. Like I remember when I was a kid, when I got my first phone, you used to have to, like, you had prepaid minutes loaded onto the damn thing.
Yeah.
Where you would have to like pay for it. And even back then, like you just, it's whacked, dude. Like just to see like how far technology has come, even from there. But like even then, you still see like certain things like that you're like, yeah, we can't do that. And it's like, you mean to tell me that you guys know this has been a problem? You're like, nah, fuck it, we're just not gonna do anything about it.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, so like anytime I would call somebody with my phone, it'd show my dad's caller, like his name, as the caller ID, his full name. And I'd be like, but that's not me. That's not him though. That's me. And I would have to like change it. I actually got a new phone number because of that. And the funny thing is that out of all the people, because I could have gotten anybody else's caller ID, but out of all the people, it gave me my dad's number. That's what I find whack.
No, dude, the chances of that happening are just astronomically low, and that I love that.
That's what I found funny.
Both, yeah, dude, that's nuts. Another thing too is actually, speaking of that happening, I had a guy that I was working with, because I compete in car shows and stuff like that all over the country, and one of the things that I'll do, and I've kind of like made a side hustle out of, is what a lot of people don't know is a lot of these car brands don't actually make their own parts anymore. Like Subaru, for instance, doesn't really make any of their parts, and you can get them through the actual companies that design to build the parts for cheaper. For instance, a friend of mine needed a water pump for his WRX. I was replacing that today, actually, as you know. And I went ahead and he came up and gave me the part. And I was like, how much you pay for this? He goes, oh, it was like $300. And I was like, okay. And I pulled the part out and I was like, you see this name right under here, like right under Subaru? And he goes, yeah. I was like, that's the actual manufacturer. So I'm like, so let's go to the manufacturer website and we'll see how much they're charging for it. It's literally like $120.
Yeah.
I'm like, so you spent like $300 on a part that you could have got for $120 because you chose not to do any research, which for the most part, I don't really blame a lot of people. But him, I kind of gave him a Gibbs smack on the back of the head, because like, I've told him multiple times, I'm like, come to me if you need any parts. I guarantee I can find it cheaper. And that's kind of like one of the side hustles I've done is if anybody needs any parts for like Mitsubishi, Subaru, et cetera, because I own an Evo and I love the car to death. It's I dailied it for a year and didn't have any issues with it. Over time, just due to the fact that it's a 2013, so it's an older car. Plus, I'm not going to sit there and lie and say that I don't beat the hell out of it. It's an Evo. It's a turbocharged 4-cylinder. If you're not flat-footing it, then what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? Yeah. But, it's just... so I had to find parts relatively cheap, and I learned that over the years. So that's kind of like how I started building a side hustle. I'll have people pay me like, $30 if I can find them a part. Or whatever, or I'll connect them with people that can get them apart for cheaper, in that aspect of it. And being in the car community, building that trust is extremely important.
It's that Apple tax. That's what it is. It's the Apple tax.
Yeah, exactly. You get that third party. Got to get that cheddar, that cheddar cheese. But yeah, no. So like, it's whack to me that. It's same situation as like cell phone companies. It's like buy and swap type of situation. Oh, yeah. I don't. Yeah. So I don't know, man.
So this is kind of a sidetrack. I don't know if you've. It's gonna be crazy to even bring this up in the first place, but I don't know if you've seen. So you seen the Epstein files, right? Like at least you're aware of them.
Yes.
So have you seen that Epstein's wife cheated on him with Bobby Kotick?
That doesn't surprise me, number one. Also, this is going to sound a little stupid, but would you mind cutting out that last part about...
I'll look over that and clear that out.
Just get rid of that whole section. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, oh, damn, that could come around and bite me in the ass somewhere. Because, but no, I did see that. And I also found it really funny that... the whole situation with Bobby Kotick specifically, like everybody's like surprised Pikachu face about him like having relations with Epstein, but you have to remember
he had the Cosby suite. Did everybody forget about that? He had the Cosby suite.
Well, it's not even just Oh, dude, it's not even just that though. There's literal like HR reports of people stealing breast milk in Blizzard.
Yeah,
like it's so fucked up. So you just all of a sudden everybody's like surprised.
Did you see
that this dude is involved with that?
Did you see the death threat that he gave that one airliner when he was on?
No, but that does.
So apparently this was whenever they were getting investigated by California. But apparently, he was like on an airplane, like on first class or something like that, and he basically ordered something. I guess they took a while to give it to him, and finally the air person, the lady that handed the stuff, he got mad at her, and he basically, I guess, well, I'm gonna have to mute that out now. But I didn't even think about that. But he basically put hands on her, if you get what I mean, and basically she was upset about it, and he literally, to quote the man, he said that he could make her disappear and nobody would ever even know where to start looking for her, or would even care to, like, no government would ever care to look for her. That's what he told her.
Dude, it's insane to see, like, a lot of these guys, like, have, you know, like, when they think it's all hidden behind stuff like that, they have, you know, a set of steel, and then all of a sudden, like, the weirdest shit that they say too, like, I don't even understand it. Like, I think it was Elon, or maybe it wasn't Elon, maybe it was somebody else. I know Epstein was talking about somebody. Hold on, let me. I know that this was a thing.
What is it? Epstein, I think I might know.
Level.
I might know what you're talking about.
3-person. I think it was this. I can't find it. But he was essentially referring to people as, like, it may have been their level of intelligence, because it was right around where they met up, or he met up with the creator of 4chan. Oh, yeah. And he was like, yeah, this person is like level 3 or level 4 or level 5.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, is this RPG? Like, what are we doing?
I saw, like, I was reading those DMs between him and, or not him, sorry. I was reading the DMs between, that got, like, the emails between, what's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever, and Bobby Kotick. And she was just, like, begging him to come over, and she was saying that she wanted to see those sexy abs again. And I was like, bro, what is going on?
Like, have you seen Kodak? He's kind of chubby, so I don't know what else you'd be talking about.
I was like, what is going on here? And then the whole thing that came out where apparently Bobby Kotick let Epstein choose, like, the name of the microtransactions, which
yes,
the names, dude, that there is no way that he did that on accident. The name.
Oh yeah, the abbreviation of COD points takes on an entire different meaning now.
And the emails that he sent to Bobby telling him that the microtransaction system was going to help indoctrinate young teenagers into basically spending money and getting used to the economy.
Yeah,
like the way he said it.
It's so screwed up. Like, it's so. The thing is too with that specifically is, I'm obviously I played the golden era of COD, where COD points were not the same setup as we have now.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people are like, oh, well, we need, COD needs to go back to basics and they need to do this. I was like, with their monetary system and the setup that they have now, you can't do a 1-to-1 remake or even a remaster of these older online games like this anymore. You can't do it. Like, unless they plan on, like, they would want a return on investment in the sense of microtransactions.
Yeah.
So with COD points being the way that they are now, the monetary system and the economy system in those games would be completely thrown off, because you used to be able to spend 10,000 COD points to unlock an attachment for a weapon in BO1 or, whatever. And it gave you, like, I don't want to say like a sense of pride, but you know what I mean? It wasn't like level unlocks. You obviously unlocked the ability to unlock them via levels, but I don't understand, like, as much as I want those older days to come back in the sense of, like, the older games. Like, I personally believe that a BO1 remaster / remake would be something that would be astronomically amazing for even BO2 or BO3 even, for Activision to be able to bring that to the current gen consoles. And a lot of that stems from myself included, mainly because I'm not a very strong player. I love Call of Duty and I have like 1,200 hours in it in the sense of like on the current gen consoles and whatnot. But I'm not a very strong player. So I personally believe that the main problem and the main issue that we're seeing with COD, in the sense of people saying that the game is too sweaty, is it became more about the movement and less about the actual gunfighting. Yeah. Like, in my personal opinion, a first-person shooter, a gunfight should not be won based off of how good you are at butt sliding or jumping around. It should be how good you are at bringing your weapon to your ADS and how good your aim is. Not necessarily who can lock on via aim assist with your Cronus as you're butt sliding, 50, 60 feet around everybody and jumping around like a freaking bunny rabbit. You know what I mean? It becomes less of a game of actual gun skill, which is, again, in my personal opinion, what an FPS should be based off of in that sense, and more of the terminology movement king should not be the main terminology in the sense of like the highest status or a higher oh god, what is it called, a higher importance, so to speak.
Yep.
In the sense of like a ranking level of gun skill. It just shouldn't be a thing. Like, you should movement king should not be a terminology being used in FPS. It shouldn't be.
All right, so going back to this video, I didn't mean to derail a conversation with guns and Bobby Kotick's abs, fighting games, most modern fighting games these days have two input methods. We call them modern controls and classic controls. And what this basically means is that if you're playing on a modern controller, then basically means you're playing on a controller like the same one you would normally use to play Call of Duty on, right? A classic input system is. Are you aware what a fighting stick is? Like an arcade stick?
Yes.
Yes, that is what classic input uses. So one interesting thing that popped up here was that the cheaters, I don't know if you can still see the screen, but the cheaters basically only develop the cheats for one type of input, and they have no idea how to counteract another input. So like, let's say somebody's cheating against somebody using classic controls, right? Like, the bot knows how to counter every move on classic controls, but when somebody uses the modern control scheme, the bot has no idea how to react to it, and the cheat just stops working. And that actually happens here. That's something I wanted to show off real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Also, don't worry about it. I've got ADHD and I'm unmedicated, so
no worries, bro. No worries. You good?
Opponent had how many cheats enabled there? Auto DI, auto medium tatsu, auto throw tech, auto jump, auto drive rush intercept, and probably several more that I didn't even get a chance to check. Even with the hand of God guiding every aspect of your game plan, how the fuck do you lose? You should be embarrassed for the rest of your life, honestly, Akuma King. Never show your face to me ever again. You could not be carried any harder and you still lost.
I don't know if you've ever seen FGC content before, but typically we get a little rowdy sometimes, you know?
Yeah, dude, that is
He's
hilarious.
now Akuma King.
There's a lot of trash talking.
I'd imagine quite a few people are not rematching this idiot. He lost to Jaeger. You guys want to watch the Jaeger match? I haven't seen this.
Okay, so right before he clicks replay, as you can see, you see that C icon that's purple on Akuma King?
Yeah.
So that means that he's playing on a fighting stick, ideally. Whereas the guy on the left is playing on a regular gamepad. Now, the cheats that this guy is using, Akuma King, who's the cheater, his cheats are only going to work against people that are also using an arcade stick. So this guy who's using a gamepad, his cheats will just stop working completely, which I found interesting.
Never thought I'd die fighting side by side with a modern Lily player.
No, that is odd.
Losing while cheating should just delete your game on the spot.
True.
I love that.
Just uninstall permanently.
Awesome.
The auto throw tech, yep.
So as you can see, he's not doing a good job.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
Is it possible that his script doesn't know how to deal with modern inputs? Is that what it is? I think that might be happening here. Because if you look at Jaeger's side of the screen, when you're using modern, you don't have traditional inputs. You've got light, medium, and heavy. And his script is not checking
I'm gonna
stuff.
try something at the same time we're doing this.
I think it's not programmed to have the right responses to modern inputs. Because it's just not really doing anything.
Modern Shads just can't stop winning.
There you go. There's my best piece of advice. That's my best piece of advice if you want to beat cheaters. Just play modern, because these morons can't even program a script that works against 2 different input types.
Dude, that is whacked though. Like I'm very surprised that they haven't found a way to
look,
like.
That's actually, I think that's what it is. Because look, it's not a case of like the script is like still trying to intercept stuff. Look, when he does a drive rush, Akuma Kings does nothing in response. There's not even like an attempt at a drive rush check, because I don't think his script is programmed to respond to modern inputs. It doesn't even think this is a drive rush. It's not detecting one. Because all the inputs...
It's not even detecting that he's using the specific type of controller that is programmed to go against. So for as the cheat, like the cheat software thinks that he's not using a controller essentially. If you get my drift.
That's whacked.
But it's a different for modern.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, parry is its separate button.
Oh my god, dude.
It looks like he switched to an auto perfect parry script, but it's not working right. Yeah, he's switched to a different cheat. Look. This guy has like realized that his original set of cheats wasn't working, and now he's switched to an auto perfect parry. He's obviously got some kind of like menu where he can like turn on and off different ones in real time. Yeah, he's just got auto perfect parry now. How did you lose this fucking match? Your script has no response to SPD, it looks like.
It's whacked.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then the...
No, 100%.
The thing that's... So this is the thing I'm interested in, because this is only an FGC thing. Like, if you... This isn't a Street Fighter 4 thing, or sorry, a Street Fighter 6 thing. Any fighting game that has because there's 2 different types of inputs, modern and classic, or as we like to call it, modern and arcade. Every fighting game nowadays has that. And for whatever reason, the cheaters can't find a way to get one cheat that works against those 2 different inputs. Which I find very interesting.
It might be something that's actually built into the code of the game.
Yeah, whereas if you it's like something in the FPS scene that doesn't really happen.
It also, I mean, with how the input set is it also, I mean, the best way I can put it is when you used to have, I'm just gonna slide my pop filter back on there.
Yeah.
When you used to have like controller inputs, there are certain settings and certain things that will do certain things. For instance, even way back on like the Wii, right? One of the biggest things that was an issue, like I said, was those the text messages or the texts that would freeze the console.
Yeah.
I believe it was smoke and stance, and it was a certain way you would type it out. Smoke would only freeze your console if you had a Wii remote connected. But if you're using like a Classic Controller Pro, it wouldn't do anything to it. But if you sent like stance to a Classic Controller Pro user or a Classic Controller user, it would freeze their console.
Huh. So going back to... Oh, go ahead. Finish.
No, but that's what I mean though, is like if you sent that, like if I knew you were using a Classic Controller Pro, right?
Yeah.
And the input was red, I would send you stance. But if your console got frozen already, you would know that literally all you had to do in order to get rid of that freeze would literally just unplug the Classic Controller Pro from your Wii remote.
Yeah.
And you'd be able to go delete the text message without a problem without your console freezing.
Huh.
So it might be an input issue, to the point where it just doesn't read properly.
That's crazy. So going back to this video, so the dude, so this guy is like not the dude in the video itself, but he's gonna replay on a different matchup where this guy is like an OG, like in the fighting game scene. Like this dude was there like the earliest arcade stuff like that, and he was, like how back in the day the bots would cheat to get you the coins. This dude
MW2 or not MW2, MK2.
Yeah.
MK2 was notorious for it.
This dude is so good because he's from that era. He knows the way to exploit the bots to win at the arcade. So when this dude is fighting a cheater, he's able to immediately know that the dude is cheating and counter it like within a split second. That's something I found like hilarious.
Reinhardt beat this guy.
Yeah,
Reinhardt won 2-0. What happened here?
Reinhardt is the Ken. That's the thing I found so funny.
Yep, auto whiff punish to start things out. Okay, EXDP. Auto DP on wake up. Auto intercept on the drive rush. Auto EXDP on wake up. Oh, it doesn't have an answer to Jinrai.
So this dude figured out in real time.
It doesn't have an answer to Jinrai.
It's whacked.
Oh no. How much money did you pay for this script? All right, whoever sold you this script, you should ask for your
He's just getting
fucking
his
money
ass
back.
handed to him.
Yeah.
This script doesn't have an answer to Jinrai. That's funny. I can guess why that is as well.
I just sent you a link as well, meaning because I had it saved because I love watching stuff like that.
Medium kick,
that is what I mean when I say the AI cheats.
Yeah.
For MK2. I'm not sure if you've seen it or seen how that stuff works, but it's stupid.
It's a cancelable medium normal. So it doesn't auto DI it. And because of that, it doesn't then DI the Jinrai either, because you can't DI Jinrai after the fact. You can't DI in between the two hits. So
so what he's explaining here is that in fighting games, when you do a move, there's basically, it's kind of like two different ways you can do a different move. So if I kick you, right, I can either follow up with a grab or another punch, right? So basically the cheat doesn't know which one of the two you're gonna do. So it just doesn't do anything. In this case.
Oh yeah, it more than likely is an input issue. Mm-hmm. It's probably a controller input issue where it can't read it properly.
Yeah, and so that's that's what this dude, the guy that can, figured out in real time as he was playing this cheater.
Any kind of input from the player, it can't respond to Jinrai. Keep doing it. Wow. Bruh, Ryan, keep doing Jinrai. Oh, he switched over to the perfect parry? No. No.
Look at this. And I think the person that's playing against him realized what was going on too.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I wanted to show.
Dude, that is whacked. It's funny as hell, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I actually used to see whack shit like that back in the day, but like it wasn't like to that extent.
And keep in mind, people like Reinhardt aren't exactly people you find all the time, because those people are OGs. They were there at the arcades, so they have like that experience against the bots that they use in ranked. And this is online, so obviously there's gonna be like input delay and stuff like that to account for.
So I'll show you this real quick. So this is the modded controller that I've got. Mm-hmm. Like I said, you can't tell the difference between a regular PS5 controller and this controller at all. Like to the point that it will even update software whenever Sony pushes it out. So watch. All I'm doing, this is it set to default.
Okay.
See how it's just kind of doing its own thing?
Yeah.
But if I go ahead and I use their app, the company's modded zone. So if I use their app and let's say full auto drop, mind you, I'm not doing anything. Just these two. Ready?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Damn.
And it's set to auto drop. Let's see. Jump shotting. Again, this is all I'm doing.
That's crazy.
And another one is rapid fire. Let's do that one. So I'm gonna go ahead, reload the gun, switch it to semi. And again, this is all I'm doing. So you can kind of slow it down, but if you take like a weapon, say Edit loadout. Let's go. We'll go to legacy weapons, and then we'll go to assault rifles. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Probably under M6, probably under MW2. M16. Use this. We'll load that. All right, so M16. Obviously, the 3-round burst. But if I switch it to this, and again, you still have the rapid fire on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it essentially turns into a full auto.
Fuck.
And yeah, dude, it's the same thing with recoil. So if I were to do just the recoil mod, you saw how it was with the recoil.
Yep.
Now watch it. See how it's pulling it down already?
Crazy, dude.
And then let's do.
So if you have it set to full auto mode, what would it do? Like, would it just like go all the way down, or would it like know how much to pull down? I guess you could say.
Oh yeah, yeah. So how it works is, you go into the actual application and then you swipe left or swipe right,
Mm-hmm.
and these are all the mods that I have selected when I've got that going.
Oh.
So it's got your controller input auto ping, and specifically for the advanced recoil, you just go in and you can literally just edit the offsets.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. So like it's very useful, but I'll show you. I'll show you what happens when you try and use like the let's go back. So one of the things a lot of people love to try and do is aim assist abuse, and then we'll go into that. So let's do aim. So aim assist abuse is on, but this is what happens when you actually try and use it in a multiplayer game. Ready?
What the?
I'm not doing that.
It's doing it on its own.
Yeah. Like I said, so like like I said, it's like a Cronus, but you can't use the same defaults as a Cronus because they take that stuff into consideration.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, it's whacked.
That's
with that aspect of it. So it's completely usable. The other thing is that auto ping obviously helps when you're going through like when you're playing Warzone or whatever, because it's essentially like having legal walls. So if I were to, the second I press the fire button, it will automatically hit the up on the D-pad, so it'll ping the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So if they run behind a wall or anything, you can still track them without an issue. Yeah, it's a lot of like it's a lot, and it's a pain in the ass, but no,
how do you
that's
compete
what I mean
against that.
A lot of it comes down to let me get out of this.
Because like I said, like with the fighting game one, like the one I showed you, the only real way to like compete against that is to basically like kind of test out to see what it's auto reacting to, and then basically find a one move that your character has that it doesn't know how to react to. But like, how do you react to like in an FPS style game to something like that?
In the sense of like the setup that I've got for the modded controller.
Yeah, or like what somebody would normally find like on a like something like a similar setup that you would have basically.
The Cronus, that type of situation, there's only so much you could do. Sorry. When it comes to crap like that, just because of the specific setup of what the hell is it called? Of how the tracking works.
Yeah.
So there really isn't a way to detect it unless the Cronus itself, the actual Cronus itself, gets detected. You're essentially fighting a bot that is abusing the shit out of aim assist. As a matter of fact, actually, I'll go ahead and give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Throw my medication away, or at least I've been sick the last couple of days, so I was using.
That's how I've been too.
I hate it. It's an autoimmune disorder. I freaking hate it.
Oh, dude, do you have like some sort of like autoimmune deficiency or something like that?
Yeah, I've got rheumatoid arthritis. I absolutely freaking despise it.
I got something where like basically I gotta take like vitamins all the time to basically beef up my immune system because I get sick easily.
Yeah, you probably have something there too.
Shit.
Dude, it sucks. So I feel you there. Let me see. Come on, load up, open up, do your thing. All right. Editing this right now, so you're gonna get a little bit of a sneak peek of it. So I've got a friend of mine by the name of It's Hoppa, and he's another person there. Hold on, let me go through here.
Is he a content creator?
Yep.
What's his name? Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah, It's Hoppa.
It's Hoppa or just Hoppa?
It's Hoppa.
Okay. How do you spell that?
ITS, and then HAPA.
All right, let's see.
I think he might be alive right now, actually. 50-50.
Oh, is it the guy that's got 24K subs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's live right now.
All right.
Speaking of
I'll show you
cheaters
this.
up there, I guess he's making a cheater. He's doing some. I don't know what the heck is going on. Some
I did.
cheaters say hackers.
Yeah. It's whacked. Let me see.
Bro, what is that thumbnail? Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people make fun of me for my AI shit sometimes. Like, bro has no idea.
Bro, I struggle. That's the one thing I've never gotten good at after all these years of content creation is the thumbnails. Because I make them all by hand the best way I can, but I'm not an artist, so it's the thing that sucks about it.
There we go. All right, so like this right here is part of the edit that I'm working on. But so I'm going to show you how to spot a Cronus. This is one of those situations where, again, a person like myself or Papa, who has history with dealing with this stuff, these are the little microscopic things that we have to look out for, and that we are trying to show, and what my channel is used for, to show people what cheating is and to how to spot these cheats. Like I said, you're seeing an unedited, or you're seeing an early version of the video that I'm currently editing.
Okay.
But watch, like I said, watch for the tiny circles. Slow it down to kind of show it, but I'll pause it at the time too.
KD before you start using the jitter aim.
This guy was worse than him.
So I zoomed in on it. Ready?
Yeah.
Right here. You see it?
Whoa.
Kind of like you see how his ADS kind of like swirls a little bit?
Yeah.
You see it really bad right here.
Yeah, it's almost like that one clip whenever you remember when they were trying to get Nadia on cheating.
Yep.
It's almost like that clip when people were saying that her ADS was like jiggling all over the place when she was like
and
moving around.
that's exactly what it does. So how the Cronus works and how DS for Windows works with these cheats is it will literally take that kind of stuff and it will jitter it back and forth or slightly move it in a circle to abuse the aim assist. Because the way the aim assist works is as long as you're in a certain box, you can go in and out and it will continue to hold the aim without really any issues.
That's crazy.
Dude, it's jacked up, it's screwed up, it's weird, but that is literally like the small things that you have to pay attention to when you, I don't want to call us hacker hunters or anything like that, but when you have to, or when we're paying attention to that kind of stuff, that's the little tiny details that we have to watch out for. It is a pain in the ass because a lot of people will sit there and accuse us of not knowing what we're talking about or anything.
Yeah, just like glitch hunting.
Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass because like I love a lot of the people in my community and Call of Duty in general, but it is a freaking nightmare sometimes when you're dealing with people trying to convince that type of crap, and it's like, dude, you don't know what you're looking for. Please, for the love of God, let me help you figure this shit out. And they're like, no, me. And I'm like, you don't, like, it's such a nightmare.
I was born with cataract, so my mom could see that I had like yellow clouds in my eyes, or gray clouds. I think that's what they say. That's what they say. What they see when people talk about cataracts. But she said she saw that, and she took me back to the hospital, and they basically told her, no, we don't see anything, yada yada. And then she went back home after another week. She went back in there because she said that she could see that I was squinting as a kid, like as a baby, and she could see that there was something wrong with me. So she took me back over there, and they still insisted that nothing was wrong and that everything was pretty good. But one of the nurses there told her to take me to this other hospital. She took me there, and basically what ended up happening is, as soon as she took me there, they did their tests and stuff, and they said, yeah, you have cataracts, and basically it's like in deep, because of how long you had it untreated. And so they basically had to do like a surgery and schedule that as soon as possible. And what ended up happening is that they got rid of cataracts on this eye, but because it was in so deep, they accidentally like damaged this eye a little bit. So now this eye has way less vision than this eye. And they treated this eye too, but they didn't want to treat it to the same level as this eye because they didn't want to do damage to this eye. So I still have some level of cataracts in this that apparently that could come back at any time, And what they've told me is that basically what I would need would be like new, the optical nerves that connect your eye to the brain.
Yes,
that's what I would need. I would need a new optical nerves. It's like the cables, like a new HDMI cable. I would need a new. I would need that to basically see good again. And
that's crazy.
And then after all that happened, that's when the glaucoma kicked in, and then the asthma. So then as a newborn, I had to get like tear tubes surgically put in, and then I had to basically get asthma treatment, which is the same thing I have right now. And then after that, they basically had to do a surgery to get rid of, when they were doing my my cataract surgery, they removed my lens, which if you don't know what that is basically your eye's natural sunglasses. So if I go outside, everything is just brighter.
Yeah, that's gotta suck.
Yeah, so if I go outside, right, so this is why I don't like going outside too much on a typical sunny day, but if it's like a cloudy day, I go outside easily, but if it's like sunny, like, dude, have you ever seen those games where they have like the HDR slider and then you crank it all the way up and you just see fucking like white distorted?
Yep.
That's what it kind of looks like on a typical day. And it's like, and I'll be like, bro, I can't see shit.
That sucks, honestly. And the thing is, like, I got blue eyes, so I'm naturally sensitive to sunlight too, but nowhere near that extreme.
I got brown eyes, so it's supposed to be. They say that brown eyes are supposed to be a little more helpful against sun. I think because that's more like equator region.
And then you got God that's like kicking you in the nuts, like, nah, bro, you're just gonna like. It reminds me of I'm not sure if you saw it. There was a meme that somebody made. I get a lot of terrible memes every now and then because my friends are assholes. But I got sent one from a friend of mine, and it was Iron Man when he's beating the shit out of I think it was like Steve Rogers, or maybe it was Bucky.
I think it's Bucky. No, Steve Rogers. I think it's Steve Rogers.
He sits there and he's like, "Stay down, final warning." And on the top,
like, I can do this all day.
Dude, it's literally like that, and it's like it had somebody put God over Iron Man's face, and on the top of it there was a news clip of a woman that was paralyzed at birth, but had surgery magically like helped her fix her, and then 2 hours after that she got hit by a bus and paralyzed again, and it's literally like, God, stay down, final warning. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, that's fucking ice ass cold.
See, the thing is too, so after that, I had like doctor's appointments and stuff like that, and they were like, oh yeah, and you also have like weak immune system, so try not to get sick. And so I've always like thought to myself, because I've always been told this, by doctors. I've had special teachers that taught me how to like walk blind just in case I do go blind, because that's something I've been told, at any moment you could lose your vision to cataracts again. It could come back. And so I've always been taught like how to like walk with like a cane, and like how to like cross the street with my eyes closed and stuff like that. And so one of the things that they've always told me is that like, like you have like all these problems, but it could have been worse. Look at like people on wheelchairs, people that can't, those people that can't like move like their upper bodies, they're just stuck like that. They're like, yeah, you could have ended up like that. You never know. So that's not one thing I've always been like, I think that's the one reason I've always been able to keep moving forward. It's just like it could have been worse. You just take what you got and like push on ahead.
Yeah, oh, dude, 100%. Oh, damn, that reminds me. I'll show you something really quick too.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me share my screen. All right, so let me know when you can see it.
Let me see. I see the watch screen. I can see. Yeah, I can see your screen. Let me go full screen.
So this is the website that I help run. Bully We Hacks. This is literally one of the oldest modding, coding, hacking website forums to this day that still does like Call of Duty stuff. So we literally have stuff for like off-topic spam. This is our hackers club where like we keep all of our like heavy bad shit in the sense of like a lot of the more dangerous codes and whatnot. But yeah, no, we use homebrew bro stuff like that. Action replay, Game Genie. As a matter of fact, I was actually one of the few people that actually learned how to code action replay stuff. Cheat engine, Game Genie, ISO modding. But I want to show you this really quick. This is multiplayer, so I'll just show you the non-host stuff real quick, and you'll see what I mean. So, in-lobby ally, recent request, display all classes enemies, display IP address in name. These are, again, publicly available codes that people, anybody, you, me, anybody else could get their hands on. Always show team names, rainbow name cycler, gun spinner, host name copier, white camo weapons, whole 9 yards, dude. We're talking like map viewers, visuals anti-jam. So like the jammers and whatnot in game won't work. So you don't have to worry about that. Classic controller pro knife lunge, no weapon bobbing, no bloody screen, no low health precipitation, no footsteps radar, friendly icon. These are some of the ones that even that I made back in the day. Set lighting of map, damage icon modifiers, turret lock on, time modifiers, essentially making it so it locks on instantly rather than actually doing anything stupid. I'll see if nope, he doesn't have it. Bully is my friend that is the one that owns the website and whatnot. I'll see if I can show this really quick. So this is like some of the stuff that you would see us being able to do. Restart lobby. You could do whatever the hell you wanted to do, essentially. Seth is another one of the main guys that we used to run this stuff and whatnot. What is it? Void. Void is a friend of mine as well. Gun position change name or ratio text mod. You can literally just modify texts if you wanted to and like really screw with stuff. These are some of our coders from the older back in the day stuff. Darker maps. You would literally even be able to essentially, force migrate after a round. Feed line count modifier. Let's see. Server time backout stuff, command line console stuff, increased aim assist with remote, chat position modifier, display in-game builds, like it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of codes that we've made over the years, and not to mention like everything else. Let me see here, some of the stuff from TBW. Let me see. Go back again. Profile modifiers. And this is some of the host stuff. Force host. Amount of players allowed in teams. Enabled to disable allowed people to join. Force match to begin. Force server timeout. Kick players from party. Make public matches into private matches. Minimum players modifier. This is one of the ones that I ended up making. No host migration. So essentially it rewrites anybody that's trying to force host. It forces it so it won't work. Game start time modifier length. These are just like the normal, like classic ones that anybody could use. But these are the other ones. Wall banger aimbot. Walk through walls. One shot, one kill. No clip. Unlimited sprint. God mode. Marathon modifier on essentially unlimited sprint, super jump, no dolphin dive damage, super knife range. I'll see if he actually has no, he doesn't have a video for it. And then this is one of our other lead mods who's a good friend of mine. But Bully, actually, I'll see if I can. So Bully still to this day fucks with people just because he's a jackass, mainly just doing Yu-Gi-Oh stuff from back in the day. But if you go to his playlists, again, these are all codes that we've all made from back in the day.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Infinite Blackbird Radar,
Funny thing
Rapid
is,
Fire.
you can do that nowadays in the game by going into custom.
Oh yeah, aimbot. See if he has, because this is one of his more recent ones. Obviously, God mode, stuff like that. Let me see if I can find it really quick. You essentially, the second you hit the knife button, it'll teleport you.
Shit, that's fucking busted.
Where
I need that in search and destroy.
Yeah. The trolling and fucking with people is hilarious.
I'm gonna have to hit the guy up. Hook me up.
Here's another one. So this is ally list account hopping. So this is what I meant. So you would literally account hopper. This is a target specified. He's German, by the way.
Yeah.
In case you couldn't tell. And then you just hit the activator. You can literally, once you go to the your other profile, which it looks like I said, you're going to the other profile, but in actuality, you're going on their account. He's a fucking idiot. But another one that is absolutely freaking insane that he managed to find. I was looking for this for freaking ever, and I couldn't find the right addresses, and it took him a while, but he finally found it. Oh, where the hell are you? It's actually probably all the way down at the bottom, because this is, I think he's got this in reverse. Because he's a jackwagon. Like that. Yeah, invisibility, non-host, immobilization, Well, why are you like this, Bully? Why can't you just do what I want you to do? You jerk. Yeah, so this is another one. So, like I said, accounts back in those days were made up of XUIDs and stuff like that. So what this does is it force shows the XUID. Is he actually going to go through and show it, or is he just going to be a jackass? The scene XUIDs are decimal. Yeah, jackass. But yeah, no, like I said, it's one of those situations where you can literally see account infos without even having to do anything. So being able to the fuck with people is absolutely insane.
It's pretty crazy.
So yeah, Activision, you suck. Nope, never mind. Not that one. Not that one. I don't know why in the world it did that. Why is it going all the way forward? Holy. What happens when a Cronus user? Nope. Nope. Right here. Say that Call of Duty hacking is out of control and worse than it has ever been. But I'm here to tell you that's a load of crap. And to tell you wouldn't last a single match against the hackers in the older Call of Duty days. Don't believe me? Check this old clip out from Black Ops 1. This is Bully, mind you. Watch. Damn. 1 attack dogs, 2 attack dogs, 3 attack dogs. Yeah, triple kill streaks. So you literally get to sit there and you get to pick whatever ones that you want.
That's insane.
What happens when a Cronus user? All right, guys, gonna take a. All right, guys, gonna take a very quick pause on my normal content. Is it super nerdy? But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, dude. This is the best way I can put it. But now Bully and I, we've all known each other for a hot minute. But I'll show you really quick as well. So like I said, hackers clubs. This is where we put most of our like really, really dangerous ones. So radio frequencies, this type of stuff that like a lot of us, when we do research and whatnot, like where to post everything and actually get everything through here. I was looking for different trigger bots that I had posted, but there was... This is also when we sat there and we were having like beefs with people. Yeah, new IRC server. Yeah. And then this is actually one of our guys that we used to have who was working with us, his name was Binary, and he actually made national news when he kind of screwed with people in the sense of like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's a fucking idiot.
What did he do, if I don't mind me asking?
Binary?
To get himself into that type of attention.
So he oh boy. Let me see here. Like I said, I haven't seen it. It's Binary, Binary Suck. I mentioned in a few famous articles, such as The Guardian and Esquire, that he made it into that were kind of like helping with the ISIS situation. They were he was going through and exposing people that were actually in ISIS.
Damn.
And stuff like that. Yeah, no, he
The hell is this shit?
yeah, dude, this is like straight up anonymous type of stuff. But yeah, no, this is the article. Because I know, yeah, right here. A loosely related group hacktivist Binary Sec has also confirmed that they will stop acting against ISIS, and it's just he was very much a person that fought for the freedom of the internet and a handful of other things.
Yeah.
But my point being is that this is why it always makes me laugh whenever I see people that will sit there and be like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, dude, I might look young and I might talk young and sound young, and I might not know 100% of everything nowadays, but like back in those days, I was very much deep into it, and I always try my hardest to, like I said, bring the knowledge that I've gotten over the years, whether that be showing off what coding and modding and stuff like that used to be back in the day, to help expose and show people the dangers of what could possibly happen nowadays. Because again, you run into the situation where you don't know anybody, and if you're downloading, stupid things like a cheat engine that literally, in order to function, you have to disable your antivirus. Like, why would you do something like that?
Yeah, and like I said, like people when they disagree with you, like the thing that always gets me, like, I don't mind when people disagree with me, like if you guys like you have an opinion, right? Like just like say it, like there's no need to like basically dodge questions or do anything dumb, The main thing that always gets me is that for the most part, people that tend to call you out when you go like, okay, then let's like hop on the call and see if say what you think, and then they'll just dodge it, But going back to like the thing I was talking about previously, because I actually had an incident with a guy. I don't know if you knew about this, but basically, I was playing. I can't remember what game I was playing. I think it may have been Black Ops or Mortal Kombat, but it was me. This guy I had beef with in the comments, and I remember he was like, because I already had my face camera on at the time. I didn't do face cam on the gameplay itself. I had just gone to other YouTubers' podcasts, so they had seen me through there. But this one guy in particular had some beef because he didn't like my takes about how like the ranked system and fighting games were, and like the cheating and all that sort of stuff. And he was like, are you faking your disability? And I was like,
what?
And I was, dude, I remember I told him, I was like, because this was on the comments, I was like, dude, look at like some of my gameplay videos. Does it look like I'm faking my disability? Because mind you, like for Black Ops 6 and 7, right? The long shot camos, right? The ones you gotta, those are a nightmare for me to do because I can't see shit. So what I'll do is I got my magnifying glass out with one controller and then just go like to look for people.
Dude, I love that. So that is awesome.
I have this fucking controller. So I remember, dude, I literally let this dude rip in the comments, dude. I have this Pro controller, this Microsoft one, right? Most people think that the Series Elite controller is like for sweaty people, right? Well, for people like me, they have these neat things in the back called back paddles. So what I can do is I can assign two of them, one for aiming and one for shooting. So what I like to do is when I go with long shot camos, I can just sit in the back where the long shot counts, aim, and then shoot, while at the same time I got my magnifying glass out, and then I can snipe people from like halfway across the map.
Oh hell yeah, dude! That is awesome. I love that.
Meanwhile, my head is like shaking like this, trying to like look for people, and I'm like, does it look like I remember I told dude, does it look like I'm faking it? You might want to look at that video again.
Oh yeah, dude, 100%. I meant to tell you this too. Since I showed you the controller, I'll show you the website. But yeah, no, this is where I got my modded controller. Like I said, these guys are extremely in on everything. So they have like ready to go controllers, completely custom made that they make. I bought this one, and then they show them off and display them. The other thing is that you can customize them as well. So you can get it with no mods.
Damn.
Tournament esports approved. If you want, you can get the rapid fire mod for 50 FPS pack, which literally comes with, the rapid fire, akimbo, drop shot, jump shot, quick scope, auto hold breath, auto sprint, etc. And then they've got shells. You can literally go through, and they have tons of different types of shells that they do. And then signature ones that they've got as well. So they got one for BO7. They've got two for BO7 actually.
Yeah.
Battlefield, BO6, fucking SpongeBob,
Fucking random.
Spider-Man, Joker. Then you can go through, customize your back shell.
So it's basically like D-brand, basically, on the customization.
I do 100%, and it's crazy. Touchpads, whole 9 yards, buttons, completely custom make those. Literally everything that you could ever want for a custom controller, you can go through and make it. And then the other thing is that they do have Pro Edition, like Pro controllers as well, prepped and ready to go. They are pretty pricey, and obviously the more modifications that you want, the more they're going to charge. But
that's how it was for D-brand when I got that. Like, I got a Switch 2 case from them, and that's around the same like amount of options, and then like they have these accessories you can put on top of them. What I wanted to follow up on was the Ink Slasher situation. So
yep,
I know you said that you were gonna make a in-depth video about it. Are you still working on that?
Yeah, time honestly just got away from me. A lot of stuff happened in my personal life, and it just literally, my frustrations with Call of Duty and everything really killed my drive for a lot of different things. I just, the best way I can put it is, I struggle with getting in my own head with some stuff, and that kind of took over, and I just wasn't able to put forth the effort into it. And that's a type of video that if I'm going to go full on in depth with it and cover everything that's gone on, and of course just I personally, I believe it's a very important topic, so I want to be able to put 100% in it, actually do my research, and really get it as much involved in both communities as possible, because it the best way I can put it is he literally violated the true unspoken rule of content creation, and that is, do not steal people's content. If you're going to utilize people's content in any sort of way, in your video or in a post or anything like that, always give them credit. The man has been on YouTube for, I believe, like a decade now. He should know this. He has known this, and from what I've seen a couple of people in the comments, he's had a history of just stepping over people. And essentially just stealing content from smaller content creators. And then just, I want to make sure that when I go ahead and I go through everything, that I want to make sure I would cover every single content creator that I can possibly that he's stolen content from or anything like that. That way proper credit is given, and it's not just something that's lazily gone over. Mainly because he's, I guess you can call him a Call of Duty content creator, but he's also what I like to call a reaction content creator, which is what a lot of people see, like Pokimane, XQC, and all of them as, and that is essentially the primary buildup of his content isn't necessarily gameplay or really his actual insight to things. It's reacting to things rather than doing anything like that. Like he will go ahead and he'll watch video by Who's Immortal constantly. He'll watch, you know, certain things from Neurocinema and what is his name?
Blame Truth, I think he also watches.
Yeah, Blame Truth and Ace as well.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations that he tries his hardest to play as safe as he can, and it's lazy reaction content. And like I said, I want to make sure that when I'm going in depth and I'm showing everybody what's actually been going on with that subject and that issue, that I cover everybody and everything. I don't want smaller content creators like myself or you or anybody else that has been stepped on by him to really kind of fall back into that trap.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I can actually speak a little bit as to the whole why he shifted content, because he didn't used to be that way. As you know, he used to be like the guide guy, like the story. He had like the story so far, like all the timeline stuff. And as of recently, he started kind of like shifting where he had the second channel, Ink TV, right? But he only really used that for live streams, because that's where he used to live stream the game when it came out. And as of I think like 2 years ago when MW3 came out, he kind of shifted to more reactionary style content. And I actually spoke with somebody who knows him personally, like somebody that actually knows him. And
oh, really?
Yeah. And this is when all this was going down. So what I've been told, because I'm gonna try to keep this all anonymous and like without getting the guy involved, but what I have been told is you know the situation with his wife, right? With what's going on there.
No, I don't.
So by the way, this he made a video on this, but he deleted it now. I can't find that video anywhere, because I was gonna try like reference that whenever all this was going down. But about a year ago, I want to say, I think this was when it was like January of 2025 ish, when BO6 had it been out a little bit. But he made a video basically crying on the on stream, where his wife was sick, like she had some sort of disease that basically no doctor could cure or something like that, and she was like in pain 24/7, and he was like begging the chat like for like anything, like resources, if they know any hospitals that could cure it, like all that sort of stuff, right? And what this guy told me was basically that he doesn't understand like 100% if that's the reason why he shifted to this style of content, but he believes that had like a bit of influence as to why. And I think it adds up. Like I think it's safe to say that he is taking care of his wife, you know, and he doesn't have the time and effort to basically make the videos that he used to make, and that's why he shifted more into the reactionary style content. Because let's keep it real, reaction style content is pretty easy to do, you know. Anybody can just turn on the camera, watch a video, react to it, and then boom, money comes in, right? So I think it's safe to say that had a part to play in. Now, I actually called him out on this. This was before the guy came in, because when I made this was before I made my video. I basically called him out on all of his BS, and then he made he responded. He made a comment saying that me and Upper Echelon were overblowing the situation, didn't understand what was going on. That's the only reason I got involved, because he was saying that we didn't know the full picture. And after he did that, I actually responded back and said, I can't find that video of you about you, like the wife thing, right? I can't find that video anymore. Did you lie about that too? Because I was I was actually wondering, I was like, because I knew this guy for years, you know, I've been watching him for years. And I remember that video because he was like, he looked like so sad and he was crying. So I was wondering, are those fake tears? Did you like try to like bait the community into giving you money and financial support? And he didn't say anything back. And then that's when that one guy basically came into my DMs and started talking about what he knew. So from what I understand, that stuff is true. It appears to be true. He showed me evidence a little bit. So yeah, at least for that part, I don't think he's lying. But I actually made that's when I made my video, my piece reacting to everything he says. And I don't know if you've watched the whole video that I made, but in it, when I'm going over what he's saying, first off, this dude likes to backtrack a lot. He apologizes, like he said, I'm sorry for what I did, and then he's like 5 minutes later, he goes like, I honestly can't apologize because I don't know what I'm apologizing for. And then like 5 minutes later, he apologizes again. So it's
it's pandering to who is it? This person does this quite often. Who is it? He's a larger content creator. People rag on him all the time. Ludwig, there we go. Ludwig does it all the time. He will go ahead and, rather than actually giving true information or true feeling of a topic or a subject or whatever, he will go ahead and be like, hey, chat, how do you feel, how do you feel about XYZ? And his chat will obviously pop off and say how they feel about it. And then he'll pick the most liked situation out of all of it, like the most relevant one in the sense of like what the most his chat will agree with him on, in the sense of like trying to cover his own rear end so he doesn't get flack for it or whatever. And then he will give his quote unquote take about it, which in actuality, like I said, just happens to be the most popular thing in his chat. And then if anybody in his chat even remotely comes close to criticizing him about it, he'll backtrack it and be like, oh, well, I didn't mean that entirely. It's another way of covering your own rear end. Specifically with his, it's very clear what happened. And I'm not one to sit there and, really, in the sense of like, you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. That is what happened. You went to this person's content, regardless of, it could have been a situation, like you said, where he just doesn't have time to be able to do all that stuff anymore. Yeah. And in my personal opinion, though, it's just like the same situation of me not putting out the video covering everything. If you do not have time or you cannot mentally do it, then don't do it until you can do it correctly. Yeah. Because you're going to end up in a situation like this. He essentially, he half-assed it, and he took content from a smaller content creator, and it was a serious fuck around and find out moment because he had no idea this content creator was a lawyer. And in all honesty, if I were her, I would have done the same damn thing, because the way he projected it, it wasn't a projection of like, hey guys, I found this online, this is what happens. He literally word for word in bits and pieces of it copied what she said and what was going on in the video. And that is...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say...
okay. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and by the way, for anybody that's watching this, because there's still a lot of people that do not understand this, he didn't just steal from her. In that one video that everybody's calling out, he stole from multiple people. You know who Gamer's Little Playground is, right?
Yep.
He stole a lot of the gameplay from him, too. And this dude, this is how little effort he put into the video. The little watermark logo on the bottom right side that shows up in the videos was still there for Gamer's Little Playground. That's one of the things I called out in the upper echelon video, because we were both laughing about that. I was like, wait, so he didn't even check.
Yep, that was. I remember that being in your video. Actually, yeah. I do remember that. Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't. I don't understand what the point is him trying to fight off what the like proof of whether or not he did it. Like, it is black and white. Like,
actually,
up,
I kind of know because he got himself into some drama not that long ago before this. I think this was during, what was it? I think it was during MW2 when that was getting ready to come out. Basically, whenever they were moving to the new IW engine, he was basically hyping up Warzone and all this sort of stuff because he was one of the few people that was at COD Next that year, right? But yeah. He was hyping it up. And the thing about Ink, right, he's not a confrontational person, right? And listen, if you're not a confrontational person, like, I'm not going like after you like, oh, you're a pussy, That's just how some people are like can defend themselves, and some people just do not like that type of attention. Ike is one of those. Ike is one of those people. If he gets like confronted on, he basically has no idea what to do, and he likes to like back. That's why he does the backtracking a lot. He does the apologizing, and then he does a bunch of dumb stuff to make himself look even worse. So I believe that in this situation, basically what ended up happening is that he wanted to basically do his business in real and like his personal life, while at the same time doing his job on YouTube. But obviously he can't do both, so he tried to take a shortcut, and he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, as you would say. And he doesn't know how to defend himself. He doesn't know how to apologize. He doesn't know how to basically defend himself. He doesn't know that, so that's why he's doing all that sort of stuff. And have you seen the aftermath of this situation? Like, I forgot what her name is. Even Battle Gaming. Have you seen the new video that she posted up following up on this situation?
No. I'm gonna be totally honest and transparent. Like I said, I have not had the ability to sit down with everything lately. Just everything going on with the best way I can put it is the channel. Obviously, building the channel up and whatnot. I have so much going on in the background that I didn't forget about it. I just haven't had the chance to actually sit down and catch back up with everything. Like the thing is that I've got obviously you're invited in this as well if you want to.
Okay.
I'm currently in the middle of building a Discord channel for everybody, and the goal is with my channel specifically is I want to bring people to not only my channel but also show everybody that not every single modder, coder, hacker out there for Call of Duty is a jerk. Like that's the best way I can put it. Is I try my hardest to be as open-minded with everybody's situations. Like I said, I pointed out earlier that I'm still to this day using the same account that I've used since 2013 through PS3 and my PS4 and my PS5, and that is due to the fact that I've never used hard cheats or anything stupid in public matches, and got myself reported back in those days. And that was because I was never it was never from a place of I want to be able to cheat and win games. It was I wanted to show my knowledge and I wanted to show my skills with everything.
And there's always that sense of wanting to learn more.
Exactly. Yep. So that's what I wanted my channel to be. So I've got multiple different things going, multiple different videos exposing a couple of different completely undetected cheats, some glitches that and exploits that are still there from PS3 or that has been there since the Call of Duty golden era to this day. There are still exploits being used that still work that haven't been patched out somehow, some way. And the other big thing that I want to do is when the community is large enough, I want to the community to be able to build a mod menu of its own. So everybody gets the ability to throw in what they want for the mod menu, and we actually create the mod menu as a community. And we'll be able to utilize it in everything in the sense of for me, coding, one of my favorite things about coding, in one of the reasons why I fell in love with it so much, is because you see something happening in real time. You sit here
that's
and
the
you
reason
tell a
I fell in
computer-
love with it too.
Exactly. It's cool being able to see something like you telling a computer or you telling the game to do X, Y, Z, and then it does it. You have control over it, and you are watching your creation kind of form in front of your face. You feel accomplished.
When I made my first mod for Fire Emblem 8, I remember I was like, dude, because it was awesome seeing all this stuff, the characters, the maps I was making, just coming together, and it just worked. And I sat there and was like, yeah, I made this, That's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. So long story long, I just took way too much on my plate, and just wasn't able to get back to it. And as I said earlier, if I'm going to be covering it again or anything like that, I wanted it to be 100%. That is my attention.
Yeah.
And not being strained from anything else, because I personally believe that this is a serious topic that needs to be dealt with and actually documented correctly.
So I'm going to give you a sneak peek summary of basically what happened, what you missed. So after this whole thing blew over, Ink Slasher basically made a bunch of posts saying that he tried to reach out to her and that she basically ghosted him or something like that. And that he was going to send her money, basically recoup all the losses that she needed, and she basically didn't accept anything. And then he was calling her a liar and all that sort of stuff. So then she made a follow-up video a week later, because she was basically talking to her lawyers and gathering up all this evidence. And she made a video a week later basically backing up everything she was saying, and then basically making him look really bad. What basically ended up happening in those emails was that she actually tried to reach out to him first, not the other way around. As he was saying, she reached out to him first, and he ghosted her. And then after, basically, she got a lawyer to reach out to him after that. He blocked the lawyer.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's typical, I'm larger than you, I'm going to do what I want.
And then his response to that was, I thought it was a scam. Both times. And he later, this is the thing that makes no sense, because this was something I called him out on. He says that he got a notification saying that video was like copyright claimed and all that sort of stuff, and he said he thought it was a scam, and I just immediately deleted the email. And my thing was like, so you're a content creator for 10 plus years now, and when you see an email like that, you just ignore it, not even checking it out, which I'd argue is pretty important, because the way YouTube system works is, you know, you really get 4 strikes on, like, if it's like a community guideline strike, but if it's like a copyright strike, I think you only get 3 of those, and I don't know if those go away. I know the community guidelines go away after like 8 months or something like that, but I'm not sure about the copyright ones. So you think
if I remember correctly, hold on, I want to double check this just to make sure.
Because I'm not sure, I'm not too sure on that either. That's just what I've like kind of known throughout the years.
Yes, so typically 90 days. It takes 90 days for channel strikes to go away. Honestly, that's actually the reason why I was partially familiar with that is that is what killed my original drive years and years ago when I was making content. I was making fun of, and actually I'm going to end up doing this again just because it works so well, and I honest God, I think it's absolutely stupid that people do this. When parents destroy their kids' electronics, rather than just taking them away or reselling them.
Yeah.
And I was making compilations of that and making fun of them and putting commentary over them and just making fun of the parents and just pointing out how stupid it is. Especially like iPhones. That baffles me. Like, I don't understand why you would be willing to spend like $500, $600, $700, sometimes $1,000 on a phone. And even like before, and this is before they had the prepay, the plans to be able to pay the phone off. You had to buy it outright.
Yep. So
you are wasting like $1,000 essentially. And at one point in time, there was one person that had she was a kind of like redneck style, and essentially pulled a Kid Rock, took out a gun, and shot the phones. And just destroyed them. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, you literally, like, why? That's $500 easily, at the very least. Why are you just chucking that money away? In my personal opinion, it's one of those situations where I understand. They're like, oh, it teaches the kids a lesson. But you're out money. And then you get the idiots that will try and back it up and be like, oh, well, it's their money. They're allowed to do whatever they want to do. I'm like, yeah, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell my kid's phone, and I'm going to have $500 in my back pocket that I wouldn't have had if I was dumb and decided to, like I said, pull a Kid Rock and shoot the phone and essentially just obliterate it. Like, I don't understand the thought process. I get it, but I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I would much rather have, $500 in my back pocket than just that. So, but anyway, I ended up getting a copyright strike from some random account, and I did research on the account. I did research on the video, and I found the original uploader of the video. And not only did I give credit in the video to the original uploader, but this account that had striked my channel and struck the video was not even the original owner. And that has to do with a exploit, in my personal opinion, with how the channel strikes are on YouTube. I understand that YouTube does not want to get involved in a peer-to-peer creator versus creator situation. I get that. But due to that, in the fact that they do not require the striker to show some sort of proof that they own the content, then it's going to be abused. And that is exactly what happened. And I got a copyright strike. And after doing the research and realizing, oh, this is just some random dude that is now, because this is on my before when I was actually making money off YouTube, all of the revenue from that video went straight to that user. Right? Yeah. Because I couldn't say anything about it.
I know what you mean, because I actually went through something pretty much similar to what you went through like last year, really. So I used to make God of War content, right? I used to do like the whole, you ever seen those videos, like the no damage runs on hard mode?
Yes.
I do that.
Good
I used to do
God,
that.
you are insane.
I have that on my channel.
Insane.
I literally have that on my channel where I literally go on the hardest difficulty, give me God of War, and like beat all the bosses without getting hit. And so I stopped doing that because every video I would upload, Sony would so it's not Sony that does it, it's the music company they hire, right? It's the like the third party company, but they would copyright claim my video every single time for having God of War music, and I would appeal the copyright, and it would get like I would successfully get it appealed like within a week or two. And the problem is that once, even if it gets successfully appealed, that kills your video's momentum, you know. So
100%.
A video that normally I would get like 100 and some views on these videos, right? That led to my videos getting like 5 or 9 views even after everything was said and done. So I would upload a video, get it struck, or sorry, claimed. I'd appeal it. The copyright would get lifted. I'd upload a new video and repeat. And the thing is I actually messaged Sony about this, and they told me that it's just a bot automatically doing it, and that it's fair use, right? I'm in the right. And I was like, well, is there something you can do about it? Because it's literally happening to all my videos that I upload. I had to like manually appeal every single video, and they said that they were gonna email the music company responsible for it. I haven't heard anything back, but after a while, it just got annoying. So I just stopped uploading God of War content because it takes me forever to do that sort of stuff. It would take me like months to make a video like that, you know, just for it to get like 9 views and have to go through all the trouble of copyright. And that's why I stopped doing it. But the reason go ahead.
I said I get it wholeheartedly.
Yeah. So the whole reason I even got involved with the Einkslasher situation was because 2 years ago I actually encountered something weird where there was this like channel that was just stealing my content, like not like no commentary. It had no commentary, and it wasn't like doing anything crazy with it. It was just my video like from beginning to end, ripping just like that. Yep, just ripping it. And I was like, wait a second, because the way I encountered it, this was before I had the content ID, because you don't get access to that until I think you have like 100 or 200 subs, I think. But
yep,
I didn't have the access to that at the time. So the way I encountered it was it just showed up in my recommended feed on the home page, and I was like, wait a second. And it was just like one of those channels that, you know how the people have those channels that just have like the first letter of their name or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just one of those. I was like, wait a second, that's my video though. So I like click on it, and it's just my video like from beginning to end. I was like, what the hell? And then I click on this guy's channel, and turns out this guy has it's just videos of other people's channels, like not even just mine. It's just like he's just stealing everybody's videos just left and right. So I remember.
So it's kind of like with the Clipper channels.
Yeah, except without the clip.
Yeah.
It's just the whole video. So I'm like, bro, I was like, bro, what? So I remember I tried to get a hold of this dude, but first off, that channel doesn't even have any email to. So I was like, okay, so let me see if I can like issue a copyright strike and he'll take down the video. I issued the copyright strike, and his channel went down, and I was like, oh, what the hell? So I'm guessing, I don't know if like I was gonna say, I don't know if he like panicked and took down the channel completely because I did that, or maybe he was already like stacking them strikes, you know. And
more than likely he was typically it's 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
So there was more than likely a couple more content creators that caught it and was like, you know what, screw this guy.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna copyright claim it. I was just gonna copyright strike him because that's just my video, like just straight up. So that was the first incident. So then fast forward to a year later. This was when Black Ops 6 came out. I was doing the live stream when it came out. I was live streaming myself playing it, and then a week later, I actually got a content ID notification, like a content ID match on my YouTube studio. Yep. And I was like, what the hell? And then at first I was like worried because I thought my stuff got matched to somebody else's. And I click on it, and it's another one of those channels, and it's just my live stream, like, and I'm like, bro, what in the world? So then I actually like do the same thing, and this guy just took down the video. He just took down the video, but I don't know if his channel still exists, but I know he took down the video, and his channel was still there at the time. So that's the whole reason I got involved with the Einkslasher situation, because I actually understand to a degree what even Battle Wolves Gaming was going through. Now, granted, the channels were a little bit smaller than me at the time. At the time, I only had like really like 200, 300 subs, and these channels had like 50, 60-ish, somewhere around there. But Einkslasher, it has like, I think he's got like 1.4 million, maybe 2 million subs. So that's way bigger than what even Battle Wolves Gaming has. I think she's got like a couple thousand. Way bigger difference.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too, is that like I mean, you've obviously dealt with it in the past. YouTube doesn't just email you that stuff; they notify you in Studio. Even before Studio was a thing, you would go to your channel settings and your setup. before you upload a video or anything, like where you would actually like have to find that function and go to your comments and whole 9 yards before, like I said before, YouTube Studio was called YouTube Studio. It shows you on there. That is literally the first thing that pops up. It's like, oh, hey, XYZ, this is what happened. And then it notifies you in your content, content strikes. And so like for him to sit there and say, oh, I thought it was a scam. I thought it was this. I thought it was that. No, you get notified not only in there, but your YouTube channel and on your YouTube Studio.
Yeah, you get notified one way or another these days. It's kind of hard to dodge that, you know.
Exactly. So like it's a lot of I can't stand it when people like get caught in a lie and then they try and blow more smoke up people's asses. Yeah. It drives me nuts.
But that's what ended up happening. Now, before we go into the next topic, you have any like closing thoughts on this, on the Angslasher situation?
The only closing thought that I have is I'm glad that it ended the community came together and did what the community does, and the internet did what the internet does, and that is it used common sense. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. The internet doesn't always use common sense, but like, you look at the, it's the same situation with the, Zaza and Kingsman situation and all that with Marvel Rivals. Yep. You know, there was a couple of crappy people, crappy human beings, you know, really bad streamers doing their thing, and they tried ruining a guy because
they tried dogpiling him.
Their feelings. Exactly.
They tried dogpiling him, and he vindicated himself. He feels vindicated now.
Oh yeah, dude. It's the same situation. You have the internet and you have users that come together and like no, like they stand up and you know it as a collective, everybody kind of stands up and says, "Go fuck yourself," and the truth comes out, and it doesn't necessarily resolve itself. And I hope that she pushes it through the legal system. I'm sorry, but with how he acted, he did not care. He does not think he did anything wrong. There was no true admission of guilt. There was no true like regret shown on his face. As a matter of fact, the titles, if I remember correctly, I think I pointed it out in the little video that I did. The titles were generic, and they were so simple, so stupid, and it was your stereotypical YouTuber content creator apology, rather than just going straight up and being like, "Hey guys."
The thing that really got me was that he said he used AI. He uses AI for the titles and thumbnails. That he said admitted to that. But another thing is, did you see the part where he tried using AI to look up legal stuff?
Oh yeah, 100%.
That made me bust out laughing, dude.
Oh yeah, dude. It's the same situation. I love AI in the sense of like there's a lot you can do. Like I've been called out in the past in my comments, but I've always been extremely straightforward. I use AI to generate my thumbnails and my avatar. I took characteristics from myself and put them in my avatar. And obviously my thumbnails, a lot of it just comes from just me not having time. And I'm not necessarily 100% proud of it, but I will own up to it. I am very transparent about that. And the thing that drives me nuts about situations where AI, like, again, it is great. It is, there are so many good things you could do with it. But it's the same situation as like with Microslop. Like I can't stand. I'm telling you this right here and now, as a person that has been dealing with tech and doing this for, honest to God, since I was a young teenager. I can tell you this right here and now. In my personal opinion, Windows 11 was just freaking vibe coded. They went into ChatGPT or they went into their own AI setup, which Copilot is literally just a branch of ChatGPT. Copilot is powered by ChatGPT. So
Apple's doing the same thing with their new Siri that's AI, except that they have to delay theirs because OpenAI is suing them for stealing ChatGPT.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious. Everybody, like, everything in the AI world is just absolutely astronomically insane right now. But anyway, my point being is you can't always trust AI. It's the same situation. Like, it is cool to sit there and just be like, hey, do X, Y, Z, and just watch it, just, vibe code everything. But you have to, one, know what you're doing. But two, you have to be there to kind of look over its shoulder and check its work. Otherwise, you end up in situations where Microsoft literally ended up a couple of weeks ago where they broke Notepad. They broke simple things because their latest patch, what it was doing is it was blocking the registry of Notepad and Calculator from the Microsoft Store. So even though that they are basic tools and basic applications that literally come with the system, it was not registering and the connection was not being made in order to sit there and be like, yeah, you have access to this application. You have the license to, or you have the ability to run it.
Yeah.
So it would literally, you would go to click both of these apps and it would tell you, oh, you don't have the license for this. Go check the Microsoft Store. You check the Microsoft Store. It's there. Everything is fine. That connection between the two was busted. And it baffles me because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, what did you do in the background to break that? You have to try to break it that bad. So it's like I said, it rolls back with the whole AI stuff. AI is cool, but if you're not going to sit there and police it and pay attention to it and actually put forth the human part of it, then it's useless because all it's doing at the end of the day is pulling information that's publicly available on the internet. Some of the information is wrong, and that is what happens. It's the same situation with Activision and their stupid freaking AI machine learning for being able to detect aimbots. There's console aimbots out there that look like crap. There is aimbot users that are rage cheating on Call of Duty right now, and they're getting away with it because you have situations where that will, like, it doesn't detect it.
Speaking of Activision, actually, I should probably bring this up in the next topic. But actually, there's something interesting happened last night. But yeah, go finish what you were gonna say.
I got to run to the bathroom after this. But the other thing is that to kind of like tie it all together is they are not policing everything. And my personal opinion, from what I have seen and knowing the handful of people that I communicate with that are actual cheaters, I don't think that the AI or that the anti-cheat itself is proactive. I think what happens is the anti-cheat team will go through and detect and look for certain cheat signatures. And once they find them, they will add it to the anti-cheat. And then the anti-cheat will go ahead and update the game file or update, and it will knock all of the accounts off that have those signatures in there. So it's reactionary versus proactive. Yeah. And that is the problem that we're seeing right now is that you don't have that proactivity with it. And that is why you're getting these cheaters. That's why, in essentially, like these aimbotters that can literally just beam you from across the map. And it's not difficult. We literally have them showing proof at one point of how I showed it a little bit when I interviewed the engine owning customer. You literally see their AI detecting this is irregular, but it's not acting on it because it does not have executable code to act on it. It literally just sits there, takes it, logs it, and then does something. I don't know at this point in time if it even attempts to do anything. There are certain cheaters out there that have claimed that if you use aimbot now over 5 or 6 matches, that eventually you will get shadow banned. But I think that's more along the lines of these are players that you see this a lot. And this is honestly how I can tell if people are cheating or not, that there's certain aspects of being able to play COD that take skill.
So I actually want to like save this conversation for the next topic here because I actually want to wrap this one up. So my only closing thoughts here on no, you're good, bro. You're good. I don't like to interrupt people when they're making a point. So my only closing thing on the Einslasher situation is, despite being like, so I'm part of, as you know, as part of the FGC, right? So despite the differences in like the games we play, I've noticed that like really a lot of the drama and a lot of the stuff that kind of happens in controversies is a little bit similar because we're actually going through a similar thing with one of the content creators, except it has nothing to do with plagiarism. But in terms of like even Battle Wolves and like Kingsman, right? How they basically got dogpiled on and then they had to basically like go through all this effort to prove they were innocent. And now they feel vindicated. Yep. So we had a guy. I'm not gonna say who it is. If anybody watching knows who it is, you guys know who I'm talking about. But at the FGC, we had a guy that got recently accused of basically doing. I'm gonna have to. Well, You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna mute this later. But he basically got accused of somebody in the FGC at a tournament, and basically, basically, a lot of the people he thought were his friends turned on him, and they were just everybody on Twitter, and everybody was just dogpiling him. And yeah, he was like, he do that, like, you know, that does something to somebody, you know, like it messes with them mentally. And it got to the point where I think he said he was like feeling like, I think. And yeah, he only had a couple of his friends that like believed him, and he actually like he lawyered up and had all this evidence, and is now in the process of suing that person. And he's in the military, and the military did their own investigation because they have their own like stuff over there in like their own court, and they found him innocent. They found him innocent. So now everybody on Twitter, everybody that was basically dogpiling him, like they're all getting like shit on, and a lot of the people that accused him and were backing up the perpetrator, right, now they're getting exposed for doing some shady stuff in the past. So it's like the same thing, you know, like that people would say that the people that bark the loudest have the biggest thing to hide. I wanted to talk to you about the current Call of Duty state right now and where Black Ops 7 is going. So I actually wanted to bring this up in the last topic because I actually just got a notification from Activision last night that I got invited to join their hold on, what is it called? Their Scout Club or whatever it's called. Let me see what the email is called. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I believe so.
The Recon Squad.
Yes.
Yeah, so I recently got a letter to join it, and I tried joining it because I know what it is, and I wanted to see what's in it, you know, because I've always heard that, because first off, they take feedback from there, you know, that's primarily where they take the feedback from, and then they go to Twitter for the rest. So I wanted to see what it looked like and what people were saying on it. First of all, I'm going to say this. I did the survey, the About You survey, and the Season 2 review survey. I'm very mixed about how they're doing this, because when they're asking about the About You survey, they're not really interested about the game itself. They're more so asking you questions about what other games you're playing.
Huh, that's weird. Yeah,
so one of the questions I remember was like, are you playing this game? Are you playing these games? And then, you know, like you check all that apply, like GTA, Battlefield, XCOM, like all those sorts, like different types of games, you know? And it wants to know how many hours you're spending on those games. And so I was like, huh. So then I did the Season 2 review, and this one was even more puzzling because despite it being about Season 2, it wasn't asking me anything about like weapon balancing, like map reviews, anything like that. It was asking me if I understood what the roadmap said. Did I understand what was in the battle pass, stuff like that, and did I understand what was in the store? So I'm not sure what they're trying to do with the Recon Squad. It sounds to me like they're trying to take feedback from, like, it almost sounds like they're trying to take feedback from the whales, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that's honestly what it sounds like. It's one of those situations where, like, especially the what games are you playing? I hope and I pray to God, I swear, oh God, if we end up getting a Grand Theft Auto style Call of Duty game, I am going to be livid.
We were almost gonna get it. Did you not? Black Ops 3. The Black Ops 3 campaign was gonna be open world.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, I understand going towards stuff like that. Like, I get it, but first off, you need better writers. Black Ops 7's campaign, oh my God, that was all over the place. You could tell that they had a straightforward idea.
You know why that is, though, right?
And then they're just gone.
You know why that is, though, right?
No.
So if a lot of people don't understand what happened to the writing in Black Ops. So during Black Ops 2, the Zombies team got scrapped and replaced with the campaign team, and that is what they're currently at right now. The Zombies team that we have right now is the old campaign team from BO1 and BO2. And then from BO3, that's where we got the BO3 campaign, and then we got the BO4 campaign that got scrapped, and then we got Cold War's campaign was made by Ravensoft, so not Treyarch, and BO6 was also made by Ravensoft, and then BO7 was made in-house by the campaign team. So whoever they got there that's making the campaign, it's not on the level. The Zombies team, the one that are making the story, those are the same people from the campaign. So that's what's going on.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching them pander to the wrong audience. I mean, you look at Vanguard. Vanguard, in my personal opinion, is a prime example of an audience that they should not have listened to. And I don't even know if they listened, like if it was a gamer audience or if this was just something that they thought was cool and they wanted to try it, which is just
they 100% thought it was cool because did you not hear that they were already writing Vanguard 2 and 3, like they were making a trilogy out of it.
Hey, dude, and I don't understand it because you had they literally were so excited and proud of themselves. They're like, yeah, we brought on one of the best directors and the filmographers and everything like this. And you're looking at all these extra ridiculous shots. And actually, the Angry Joe show has a really great clip of one of them.
Yes,
where they're throwing one of the characters throws a satchel to another character, and for some stupid reason the camera pans and just follows the freaking satchel being thrown in midair to the other character, and you're looking at it like are we supposed to sit there and go, whoa, look at that throw, like, whoa, or are we supposed to sit there and go okay, like, what is the point of that? And that is something that, in my personal opinion, is something that is so important to writing. Is everything you write has to have a point, and it's like watching. Or one of my best ones ever is the guys that did the hold on. Yep. Okay. So I was right. One of the biggest pain in the rears when it comes to and I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, by the way.
Oh, me too, bro.
So
me too.
The thing that got me, I'll be totally transparent. I did not like the final three movies that they did.
Yeah.
And that The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. And it is because, there was no roadmap, essentially, is what the problem was, in my personal opinion. It was just, they were freeballing it. So J.J. Abrams
there was a roadmap.
writes his movies with a... Dude, well, no, I mean, in the sense of, so J.J. Abrams will write his movies in the sense of, all right, so this is what I want, this, XYZ, and then just follow this. Rian Johnson was like, you know what, I really don't want to do that, and he just went completely off and did his own thing. So when J.J. Abrams took back over the series in the sense of The Rise of Skywalker, he tried having to tie in all of his stuff from the first film that he did, plus retconning a ton of Rian Johnson's crap because it just made no freaking sense. It completely there are so many people out there that were like, oh well, you're mad because Rey, perfect example. I think Rey, in a nutshell, is a great character. I think that the idea behind Rey that J.J. Abrams was showing in the first movie, that you don't have to be attached to somebody for greatness. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a crazy strong grandfather or this ridiculous lineage in order to be a great Jedi. You don't have to. And then Rian Johnson, in his mountain of just ridiculous crap, decided that we're going to go the opposite direction and force lead it to an extent. And then J.J. Abrams is like, no, we're going to bring it back, and had to retcon a whole bunch of crap. And then Palpatine ended up coming back. But anyway, my point being is how Rey ended up coming out as a character is there, and what a lot of people have an issue with. And for anybody that, it attempts to sit there and think that it's because I'm hating because it's a female, Ahsoka Tano is one of my favorite characters of all time in the Star Wars universe. She is one of the biggest, most ultimate badasses, in my personal opinion, in the entire franchise. And then obviously you got Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader is number 1 and number 2. But Ahsoka is definitely, she is a close third. But you see the progression with Ahsoka's character. You see the progression with Anakin. You see the progression with Obi-Wan. Or even the half of the 3/4 of the movie that we have with Qui-Gon. You see progression. You see them go through a hero's journey. Rey was not like that. Rey at first was set up to have a hero's journey, but the way that they wrote it, because the way Kathleen Kennedy wanted everything to be, because she was massively involved in it, is it turned into a situation where she turned into a Mary Sue. She was good at everything because she was good at everything. There was no real reason or backstory to it. You have Anakin, who was a amazing fighter, who was a great pilot. That was the whole buildup, right, for Darth Vader and whatever, having these great piloting skills. And then the ones, the Phantom Menace, George Lucas made it a point to show that Anakin had ridiculously good skills from a young age. But the skills weren't just necessarily just him being able to do that. He had them because he was force sensitive, so he could see certain things and be able to feel certain things that a lot of people couldn't. And that really tied into his character. They even did it really good in the animated series. Same thing with Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. And you see the progression through everything. And that is one of the biggest reasons why I think the final 3 flopped, is because these characters didn't have a solid hero's journey for any of them. I mean, that and all the Chekhov guns. Oh my freaking word. I can't stand the Chekhov gun principle with those final 3 movies. Oh my lord. There's so many plot holes.
All right, let's do the Star Wars talk, because I feel like that's going to need its own video.
Oh hell yeah. But anyway, back to Activision and back to the nonsense. When you had Vanguard, right? They had a idea, but every single character was so bare bones, and they were just badasses for the sake of being badasses. Like the American was just a badass because he was an American badass military guy, and he just liked saying snarky, smart ass comments. That's not a character trait.
So here's the issue with it. The real issue I thought with it was that, so you know how for most of the campaign, like I want to say like 80% of it is just flashback missions. And the reason why is because...
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, they designed Vanguard 1. Well, sorry, yeah, it's really Vanguard 1 as they designed it. But the way they designed this game, they designed it with 3 games in mind. So the first game was going to be like the origin story. And then the second game was like going to take place like modern. And then, the third game was going to conclude it. Problem is, the game did so bad, we only got the first game, which is just the origin stories. So that's why it sucked as bad. And it's a shame, too, because they even got a writer for that. Like, they hired a professional writer for that game in particular. Yeah. Just like how, how in Ghost, I think they hired, like, a film producer, like Steven Spielberg or something, for Ghost?
Yeah. It's nuts. And the thing is that like I said, you see the roadmap, just like you see the roadmap with the Star Wars movies. But it's getting to that point and actually having a straightforward line that they just struggled with. And and the other reason too is I can't find the clip, but Angry Joe found it, and I'm so glad that he did, because I know that I'd seen the clip when they were at their panel, right? And they're talking about why they think that why they think Vanguard is going to be as successful as it is, and it drove me up a wall when one of the characters or one of the actresses sat there, and actually it wasn't just an actress, it was both an actor and actress. You can see them both interacting, and they're essentially covering each other on that. Is they sat there and they said that Call of Duty does not have any notable
notable characters. I remember that interview.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? I can name 5 just right off the back of my hand.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like that is honestly going back to kind of tying this all in with the game building. Is these guys that are making the people that make these games nowadays? I refuse to believe that the one thing with that game dev that worked for one of the companies. I think it was like Sledgehammer or something. Like no, it wasn't Sledgehammer. It was
Infinity Ward, I think.
Oh God, it was one of the Call of Duty companies, and he said that a lot of the older, there's still a massive team of the older community that made these games still kind of like intertwined and whatever, and that's I refuse to believe that. In another content creator by the name of the Rick, I stand with what he thinks. I personally believe that a lot of these people that are making these games now never played the old legacy games. Yeah. And they were trying to tie in and make this franchise something that it's not and what it has never been about. It's the same situation whenever people look at the Call of Duty franchise as a whole right now, and one of the main complaints is it's too sweaty. And in my personal opinion, it's not too sweaty because of the actual gunplay. It's too sweaty because it's all based off of movement now. But we're all on that brain rot TikTok crap that everybody wants everything within 5 to 10 second intervals. So you have butt sliding all the damn time in the game now, where you literally just slide all over the damn map. You have players like myself that is not very strong and struggles with it, and you can't keep up with it.
So I want to ask you this.
You're pushing the casual players away.
I want to ask you this because so personally, I've always kind of like see the mechanics that they have for each individual title. It's always been like a hit or miss, like in terms of gimmicky or actually pretty good. But I feel like this year the overclock system, I've been having a lot of fun with it, and it just adds a lot of customizability.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, 100%, exactly, and that's the problem with the game right now, in my personal opinion, is every single Call of Duty, except for Vanguard, has great bones. They have the ability to be a great Call of Duty game, but then they always find something. They're quite literally the little engine that could have fucking themselves over. They always manage to find some way to completely ruin the experience with some sort of stupid other mechanic. Yeah. Like, in my personal opinion, one of the things that drives me, I don't know how in the world they're going to do this. So with the Call of Duty franchise, like the main series games being linked together with the with Warzone already having the butt sliding and the omni movement and everything, the next title is another Modern Warfare game.
Yep, and that's going to be a reset.
To be based off the premise of exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's supposed to be based off of like how MW2 was in that system. How are you going to walk back the mechanics?
Did you hear about the leaks regarding it?
Yeah.
Dude, it's honestly, after seeing those leaks, it's kind of sad, really, because the developers at IW are like so insecure that they basically stopped working on MW2 on purpose and MW3, because MW3 apparently was supposed to be made by them, and then people hated MW2 so much that they just said, we give up. And that's when Sledgehammer was put in place.
Hey, dude, in my personal opinion, too, that I personally believe that MW3 is the best game that's came out of the franchise in a hot minute. But that's just me. It was the weapon balancing was good. The movement felt smooth. The actual, like, there was always something to do in the game. I am one of the few people that actually enjoys the zombies set up for that. But that's mainly because it allows people that don't do well with round-based, it allows you to just kind of do your own thing. Yeah. Do I think it's annoying that there is a time limit, like 45 minutes or whatever, per every, setup that you do? Yeah, I do find that annoying. But at the end of the day, it's built around an extraction shooter thing, which is what they were trying to do with DMZ originally.
Yeah, before they gave up. And then never left beta.
Exactly. Dude, the DMZ is such a war. Like, do you want to talk about the actual war zone? DMZ is so bad right now. Like, it is borderline unplayable.
I always thought when it came out, it was wasted potential, because Endgame right now is what it should have been. Because Endgame, if you go on right now, just solo, right? You can just do all sorts of stuff. On DMZ, you could not play that mode solo because of the way it was the same issue that plagued Spec Ops in MW 2019. You remember when people were trying out Spec Ops and they were just getting gunned down by these cracked out bots?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same issue. So if you played by yourself, you were just going to get beamed.
No, dude, it's stupid. And the thing is, too, is actually, I will say this. I was playing with a cheater a while ago, and I did not know this until recently. And I wish I would have asked him for a clip of it. So, did you play MW3?
The newest one, right?
Yep.
I could not play that in regular multiplayer. I could only do it in hardcore. Hardcore was pretty good. Something about the time to kill. Like, it was like, I don't know, it didn't feel right.
Weird. No, I agree. At first, they had to adjust it. But did you get a chance to play the zombies?
Yeah, bro. I played that 3 times, and I was like, I don't know, man. I feel like this should just be DMZ,
Yeah, no, I agree. But the reason why I ask is, did you ever have a situation where you did I believe it was the I
never did the Easter
rocket
eggs.
Extractor. The Easter eggs were hilarious. The rocket extractor mission, right? Mm-hmm. If you play that, every now and then you will get just beamed from a bot that you can't see. I don't know if this happened to you.
It happened without the mission too. Sometimes, so one of my first memories of playing that mode was, I remember, you know how there's cars, right? Like you can hop on, right?
Yeah.
I remember I hopped on a car and we was driving, me and my squad, and there was a railroad track, right? I hop on the railroad track and I just got instantly one-shot sniped by some bot. It's like one of those snipers, right? So I got sniped. Yeah. And I was like, bro, what in the world?
Well, that's the thing is that this is the fun part, is there is a bot. Every now and then, it doesn't happen all the time with that mission, but there's a bot, and it's a bug that does not spawn in properly.
Yeah,
if
he
you
spawns under the map
actually
or something.
go up and you, hey, dude, it's above the map.
Oh, what?
If you look up, if you look up, and the only reason why I was able to see this because I had the guy screen share. You can see a bot in the air, like thousands of feet in the air, just chilling and just firing away.
Actually, now that you mention it,
where the stray bullets are coming
I've
from.
seen this one clip. I don't know if you've seen this clip, but there was a clip at the time that was pretty popular. You know those disciple guys, right? The ones that like drain your health.
Yes.
You see that one clip where this guy was like shooting at the disciple, and then the disciple slowly just flows up into the stratosphere while still draining his health, and he's still trying to like kill him. But he's like up in like Mars at this point, and you can just see that like red beam of light just slowly draining his health, and then he just dies.
Oh, dude, it's whacked. Like, it is so whacked. And the thing is, too, is that I have not been able to find any clips of it anywhere or anybody else seeing it. Mainly because, again, it was a random thing, and I had no idea. I'm sitting here, and I'm being shot at in a place that I should not have been able to be shot at. And I'm like, where is these bullets coming from? And he goes, oh, it's a bot. And I was like, well, yeah, I can tell that it's a bot. He's hitting me with a sniper rifle. He goes, no, it's a bot in the air. And I'm like, what? And he went ahead and he screen shared it, and he shot it. And this is, of course, after the screen share was over. And all of a sudden, you just see a body just drop to the ground. And I'm like, what? That's where that's been coming from? There's little bugs and weird things in that game. But like I said, in my personal opinion, I like it just because I was able to kick back, relax, and do my own thing. Yeah. And I understand that it's not the cup of tea for a lot of people, which is fine.
I've always enjoyed the round based more. Like, so the only thing I complain about round based is the boss fights, because this is a pet peeve of mine. I hate, dude, the zombies community is so dumb, I swear. This is one thing I will argue with them until the end of time. One shot moves are not it's not like a test of skill. One shot moves are BS. That does not make the game harder. It just makes it more frustrating to play. So a lot of the bosses in BO6, and I don't know about BO7, I haven't done any of the Easter eggs there, but the dinosaur and the rock golem dude, they each have a specific attack where they just insta kill you no matter what your health is. You can have Jug, 3-plate armor vest, you can overheal whatever, and they will just one shot you no matter what. The golem has an attack where if he does like a Superman jump and he lands on top of you, you're just dead, just like that. T-Rex has a similar attack, and same thing. I remember me and my friend one time, the first time that me and my brother and my friend were playing Shattered Veil. First time we boot into the boss fight, the boss is some bad luck, bro. The boss does that move for his first move. As soon as we load into the boss, he jumps on top of my friend and insta downs him. And I remember I was telling people, it's like, dude, like that's a horrible design. And they're like, no, it actually makes the game harder and more fun. And I'm like, no, it just makes it's like with Elden Ring. You know, Elden Ring is like known for being buggy, right? But the people that play it will like just sit there and defend that the bugs will make it more fun and harder.
Dude, it's ridiculous. And you know what's actually really funny? I used to play zombies all the time when I was on BO1 and whatever. Yeah. Obviously, I was running mods, and a lot of my friends loved being able to have no clipping and go out of the map and do just whatever. But it reminds me of a lot of the weird stuff nowadays. So with the even back then, dude, you literally had it felt like it had more soul.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, it was straightforward, but it felt like it was narratively like I'm not sure if you've ever seen this. If you go to YouTube right now, and this is what baffles me and just completely insane. Hold on. The Call of Duty Zombies. So if you go right, there is a this is what baffles me. There are multiple videos that are like 6.5 to 7.5 hours long, where they go into the entire Call of Duty Zombies storyline.
I know what you're talking about.
That much lore was pumped into these games.
Yeah.
Just with round-based stuff before all this nonsense happened with what we have nowadays. It is mind-numbing that, again, it felt like even though you had less, you were getting more.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. And actually, hilariously enough, that was actually I was messing with God, I was probably like 13 years old when I first started messing with that stuff, and I started like making like little Sprix menus and whatnot. One of the most famous Sprix menus for which is kind of like a mod menu for Call of Duty, specifically Black Ops 1, is called Firehawk, and it's very bare bones. It's literally focuses on like aimbot, walls, stuff like that. And it's funny because, as I said, to this day, you see exploits and you see things that are being, is still to this day being able to be hit from these, from the older games. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching how menus work and stuff like that nowadays. But I'm sitting there going like, that is exactly the same files that we were, that people were messing with back in the day. How are we still able to access these files with this anti-cheat, supposedly being able to scan your stuff before and after, like as the game is booting up?
So then
how are you not doing a file?
Let me ask you this: how based on like all the stuff that's going on, how many people do you like big names? How many like streamers and stuff like that do you suspect are cheating?
Oh, quite a few. It's very ridiculous amount. JGod, sorry, not JGod, Joe, for instance. The guy seems like he's a nice guy. Mm-hmm. He really does. But he 100% was cheating in one of the clips that caught him. And I'm not sure if you've seen it. There was a person that was driving by. He had his input monitor for his controller on, so you can see his controller inputs. And for no reason, his you see him tracking the vehicle with no inputs being put into the controller at all whatsoever. So I don't know. Obviously something was there. So I don't know if he does anything nowadays. But obviously he was doing something back in the day.
So you think the issue is like more widespread than what people know?
Oh, 100%. That's why I think it's at. Oh yeah, dude, 100%. And that's why I even like Coronases and whatnot. That's why I think it's absolutely bullshit that Activision was going to try and ban them for the two simple reasons. Number one, there are definitely content creators out there that use Coronases. The best way I can put it is, if you're ever in Call of Duty and you see something that looks a little odd, what I do as a person that again knows how these things function and what to look for, go ahead and go into your settings and adjust your center dot and make it as large as you possibly can. And if you ever have anybody that eliminates you, kills you, or anything like that that looks really, really sus, pay very close attention to where their center dot is and what it does. Cronus's, for instance, in most like DS4 Windows scripts, will have what's called, like I pointed out, jitter aim. Obviously, the one that I did in my video is extremely obvious. But these ones will make like little squares or little circles, and you can literally watch them in real time do it. In the most recent video that I did when I was crashing out on Activision, I show people, you watch that guy's aim, and you can see his ADS do little circles as I zoomed in and slowed it down. That is what you pay attention for Cronus's and stuff like that. It is a dead giveaway. The other dead giveaway is if the person is using certain functions and movement at the same time of having to be able to have certain inputs. There are some skilled players that can do it, obviously in CDL, but when you are playing and having better aim than CDL players, it makes zero freaking sense. I'm not normally one to sit there and be like, oh, well, I will be the first one to sit there and say, like, there's people out there that are just better than you. And I have said this multiple times before, and I've never tried to hide it. I am a relatively moderate to low-skilled player. I suffer from I deal with a lot of that right now.
Yeah.
So it is hard for me to Plus, I've got so multitasking is a struggle for me. So when you add all this extra movement in and all the extra button combinations and the weird stuff you have to do, it makes it harder for a person like me to be able to play.
You want me to cut that part out?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So it's one of those situations that, like, when you look at it and you can tell by certain aspects of it, you're like, okay, yeah, definitely that person is cheating. Or two-boxing. Quite frankly, I don't care if people two-box. I really don't care. It is one of the dumbest freaking things ever. In Activision going after these content creators or going after players in general for two-boxing, it is a mess and a problem that they developed and made of themselves because they won't drop skill-based matchmaking.
Yeah.
The whole reason why two-boxing is a thing is because there's stupid double, triple, quadruple, oh God, I can't even see that word. Just refusing to give up skill-based matchmaking. And when people sit there and say that it's way too strong for them or that they don't like it, and you continue to sit there and be like, oh, well, it's good for the community. When the vast majority of the community tells you to go screw yourself to the point where you had to gaslight and rug pull people to buy Black Ops 7 by faking like you were removing skill-based matchmaking because it was having such strain on servers and issues with connection. And not to mention just, I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not a very high-skilled player. So when I go up against a person that is a freaking sweat and a half that plays everything like there's $100,000 on the line and it's a freaking CDL tournament or the World Series of Warzone, I do not want to play. I don't. I get extremely discouraged and I get irritated and I'm like, you know what? I'm in casuals. Like, and I'm a low-skilled player. Why in the world is a Prestige Master that is a hardcore sweat, that is an iridescent player in casuals? I understand straight up that it could be, having to do with, like, camo grinding, whatever. I'm fine with that. That's not a big deal. But when I am whenever you see that happening more often, and then you hear them trash talking these players, including myself, and I'm like, dude, you're in casuals, man. Why are you sweating so hard?
Bro, last year during Black Ops 6, when they had that ranked mode, I had a friend. Keep in mind, this guy doesn't really, like, do online that much. He's like an IRL friend, right? We hopped in ranked. Yep. The first time I remember, it was just me and him, and we were playing ranked. And he's like, dude, why is this easier than pubs? We made it all the way to Diamond.
Oh yeah, dude. And well, the thing is too is that specifically with ranked, and this is why a lot of people don't understand, because they don't dive into the code or dive into the game as much as a lot of other people do, myself included. And that is ranked is specifically rigged to be easier for lower KD and lower ranked players.
Yeah, there's a hidden
For instance,
MMR.
myself. Yes, exactly. So if I were to jump into ranked, I could probably get through everything relatively easily. But say a player like the Rick or it's Hapa or Limbo, these guys are higher caliber players and they deal with demon lobbies. And I'm like, I could never do that because I don't possess the skill, number one. But two, my lobbies will never look like that because of my hidden MMRs being so low. Like, you know what I mean? I don't go into casuals and win a game and go, oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You about the pussy, blah, 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 and talking mad shit. That is literally what a lot of these Prestige Masters and these sweats will do in casuals. And I'm like, dude, 80% of the people that you're playing against are bots, and the other 20% are lower KD players that are just casuals that don't sweat like you do. Like it's not as much of a flex as you think it is. So like I get irritated in the sense of like I'm just not gonna deal with it. Like I don't care enough to sit there and get mad at players for it. But I get irritated in the sense of like, okay, well if my lobbies are just gonna be like this and I gotta deal with a bunch of sweats and I can't get any kills, or I'm constantly dealing with demon players, I'm just not going to play, and I get off for the day, and that is it, and I'm okay with that.
So quick question: Do you think people like Symphony and what's his name, Swag are cheating?
Oh
be
God! Yeah, Swag is a good player, and this is what a lot of people don't understand and don't think about is there are clips out there that exist of people that he knows accusing him of cheating and saying that he uses a Cronus.
I think Call of Shame was one of them.
Call of Shame was 100% one of them. The dude has a vendetta against every single streamer, dude. I don't know what the whole point of it is and why he has so much like anger and hatred towards people. But in all honesty, I don't like. You can only like the best way I can put it, right, is if you go ahead and you say XYZ is cheating, so and so is cheating, and then you bring all the evidence. That's it. That's all you can do. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So if there's going to be people that just refuse to believe it, then you have to accept that. And he just doesn't accept that. And I don't understand. I mean, to an extent, it's profitable for him. The dude has literally built a career off of it. But he himself, like, I don't understand how you could hold so much hate and, anger and disdain for people like that. It negatively impacts you as a human being, and it negatively impacts you as a content creator. Like, I've got certain disagreements with Call of Shame, and I've called him out in the past, and certain things. But there's aspects of stuff that isn't in his content that I agree with. Do I agree with him that a large portion of content creators in the streaming field, specifically for Call of Duty, do cheat? Yes, I do. I full-heartedly believe that, and I will go to bat for him and defend him on that stance. But I'm not going to sit there and just bombard and beat the crap over over the head of somebody with a baseball bat, continuously sitting there going like, this is what's happening, this person's this person's that, and then the name calling. I don't understand the name calling either. Like, just specifically the stuff. Well, first off, actually, go ahead and cut the stuff with. I got you, bro. Stay out of that.
I got you, bro.
That is something that I just don't even want to have to deal with, because there's a couple of reasons why I'm waiting on making a video about that.
Yeah.
Then I'll explain that later. But Nadia specifically and everything is something that a lot of people have pointed out about Call of Shame's content, Call Jobs included. And that has to do with the fact that he uses AI a lot in his videos. AI, in my personal opinion, to do his research for a lot of the content creators that he tackles and a lot of the videos that he makes. So you're going to get wires crossed. You know what I mean? Yep. Call Jobs even pointed out in his video. He's talking about one clip, and he's clearly saying that Riley CS is cheating in this one clip. But then the clip, literally, the exact same clip, later on in the video, I think it was like 2 or 3 minutes later, he says that he's not cheating, he's playing legit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, which is it? And that's the overlap. That is the problem when you have AI writing your scripts or have AI doing your research for you, is you take away that human aspect of it. And it's the same situation as Nadia. I will 100%, put money on the table saying that she was cheating at one point or another. There is no doubt in my mind that she was. There are a lot of sus clips out there that literally only gets explained in the sense of an aimbot. It is, or ESP. It is the only way to explain certain ones.
The only thing I found, honestly, from the clips that I have seen was that one time when she got invited to COD Next. I think it was for MW2. And she wasn't playing like she would on stream, She was playing like really badly, and that was like one of the main things that I saw. So I was like, maybe she is cheating.
A lot of it comes down to, too, and I will fight this to the end of the day as well. A lot of these content creators will use Art is War. Art is War is not cheating. I don't care what anybody says. It is not touching the game files at all whatsoever. It's not friggin' with them. All that it is doing, it is, in my personal opinion, fixing junk coding and junk game development. That is what is happening. Yes, sure, they are minimalizing certain things like weapon shots and, stuff like that to be able to hear better. But at the end of the day, you should be able to mess with 99% of these settings anyway. The best way I can put it is, if that is cheating, then PS5 users have been cheating for a while. Because PS5 users, are you a PC player, or what console do you use?
I got PC Switch 2.
PC Switch 2?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So PlayStation 5 users have what is known as, I want to make sure this is correct. They have what is called personalized 3D audio. Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
And what this allows you to do.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about because that in Cold War. So when we first had the PS5, we got Cold War, right? When that game first came out, I remember the controller. The controller had this thing. They actually ended up nerfing this, and we never saw it ever again. But the controller could like vibrate in a specific way to where you could tell where a shot was coming from or where footsteps were coming from. And when I played Cold War, just on the vibration of the controller alone, I could tell immediately where somebody was on hijacked, and I could just jump him. And I remember I went like 50-4 on that match, and it took him like 2 months to nerf it. We never saw it again.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying, though, is it's one of those situations where if you're going to accuse people of cheating for using Art is War, then you need to accuse every single PS5 user, myself included, that uses personalized 3D audio. Because what you can do with those audio profiles is, one, you have your whole, like I said, it's 3D. So it's not just like in a sense of like, oh, I hear it coming out of my right ear or my left ear. It is, oh, I hear it coming out of my right ear, but it's slightly to the, to the back end or to the left, so I can tell it is coming from behind me, not just out of my right ear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have the ability to heal around you. And on top of that, PlayStation 5 users also have the ability to boost certain pitches. So if you go into your settings for your controller, right, and you can boost certain frequencies and what pitches you want. So if you have your 3D audio set up, like I do, and in the controller settings, specifically, like if you're using a plug-in headset, I got to take a drink again. Oh my god.
No, you good.
But if you go into your controller settings and the audio profile settings, you can literally boost it so you hear metallic noises in the sense of like vehicles or gunfire, and you can also heighten footsteps in there too. So you literally have the exact same thing that Art is War does. Except for obviously you can't minimize the amount of like the sound of like gunshots, but you have the ability to frig with your audio and fix the audio profiles for Call of Duty. That is literally all Art is War is doing.
If we're talking about audio profiles
so
and like 3D audio, so I know you remember BO6, right? When they started doing that thing where you could like they had a subscription service where you could get like 3D audio and audio profiles for BO6. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes.
So it's kind of like that, right?
Yes. And in my personal... Oh, yeah, dude. Exactly like that. And that's what gets me so much is that specifically, like this is why I say crappy coding. And they're doing it on purpose. You cannot tell me that Call of Duty does not know that their audio is crap when they are literally selling somebody for $20 a month or $20 whatever to a subscription service that literally fixes the audio problems.
Is that still a thing? Because I haven't heard anybody bring that up ever since BO6. I remember people were mad.
Hey, dude, it's still a thing. I can hold on. I'll double check. I'm 99% sure I saw it in there. Hold on.
It was like some third party company that were using for it. And then you remember how you could either wanted a picture of your ear, and then they would like get the perfect EQ just for you or something like that. They had like a service for that.
Yes. All right, here. BO7 features enhanced headphone mode, a personalized 3D audio feature developed by Embody. It optimizes sound based on ear anatomy, and it is available on all major platforms, PC, Xbox, and PS5, without extra downloads. Key settings. The optimal includes Sucker Punch, headphones bass boost mix, enabling... Jesus Christ, that is I'm not even going to attempt to mess with that. Yeah, no, it is the exact same thing that PlayStation just does and allows PlayStation users to do automatically. And already, it is free software, but you have to pay for it for Call of Duty. Again, solidifying that they are purposefully making their audio sound terrible to sell you better audio profiles and the ability to frig with stuff. So again, I double, triple, quadruple down on this. Art is War is not cheating. As a matter of fact, I'm 99% sure Art is War was used in Call of Duty competitions in the past.
That is not something I can verify or confirm, but
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
Not using CDL. Rather than console-based environmental, officially Call of Duty League Pro tournaments, in some many controllers publicly, but is not official in-game feature. Again, it used in the professional CDL. It may have been okay. So I got that wrong, but anyway, I do know that it exists in a gray zone. So it has been used. It has been used in tournaments. Like, there are players out there, like legitimate players that have used it in Warzone tournaments, that it is allowed, but it is a gray area. Because, again, it is a competitive advantage. But, again, it does not actually mess with anything in the game's code, like walls or anything like that.
There was a scandal on that. Not that. I think it was during, may have been during Cold War, I think. There was a scandal in the CDL where one of the players was using that, and people were saying that that should have been grounds for a DQ. Because the other team didn't
like
have
I said, it's and the thing is that, like, I don't think it's necessarily should have been grounds for a DQ, but you know, at the end of the day, because I mean, you're arguing in the sense of like splitting hairs, because again, all that is doing to an extent is exactly what the PlayStation 5 does or allows.
Yep.
It's exactly what the Call of Duty personalized 3D audio does, or to an extent. Like I said, obviously there's a lot more equalizers and filters thrown in to be able to help players and whatnot and boost it. But again, at the end of the day, when you have other audio adjustments and settings that allow the same thing essentially, just not as far as that has, is it really cheating? In my personal opinion, is it a competitive advantage? Yes, I will never argue against that. But is it cheating? No, I do not think so.
So going into
like
go
ahead.
I was going to say, so going into my question, do you think, so now that we know that MW4 is going to be using the new engine and it's going to be a reset point for everything on the franchise right now, do you think that they're going to touch anything on cheating or hacking, anything like that, or you think they're just going to carry over Ricochet the way it is into the new engine?
It's a 50-50 situation with that, because in my personal opinion, as I said, I personally believe that Ricochet anti-cheat is a reactive versus proactive anti-cheat, and that is where the problem is. So they might be revamping it and just trying to hold off until the release of MW4. And yeah, to an extent, I don't blame them, because it's going to be built off of a completely new engine. But again, the problem is that we are dealing with situations right now where they have the ability to fix certain problems, but they're not fully putting them in place in order to fix the problems. Microsoft Azure, right?
Yep.
They're sitting there saying that it's in ranked play, that it is supposed to help with integrity. In that case, right, supposedly what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to go through your stuff and scan your files to ensure the integrity of the files before and after every game. So technically, yes, because I've said this before, they're not messing. The cheat devs aren't just messing with the game; they're messing with the anti-cheat itself.
Yep.
There are certain precautions that they have been able to include in their cheat engines that will help themselves, like the screen cleaner thing that I've spoke about before, is literally a action that is done by these cheat devs encoded into every single freaking cheat engine, and it is because they know that in the anti-cheats code it takes random screenshots of your screen, not just the game but your actual screen.
You're cutting off a little bit.
It's kind of like how OBS is. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, sorry, your mic was cutting off a little bit when you were speaking.
I know. I may honestly, I may have peaked it. That may have been why.
Probably. All right, carry on.
But no, I just I got a little passionate there for a second. But no, it's you're dealing with a lot of these issues in the sense of like, God, like, lost the train of thought. Oh, right, the screen cleaner thing, right?
Yep.
So the only way that you would have known that, as far as I know, Activision has never publicly came out and said that. The only way that you would know that is if you have access to the anti-cheat itself or some of the anti-cheat's code, and you know when it's going to screenshot because it's supposedly supposed to be random. But these cheat devs have managed to work it into their cheat engine to the point where they're able to not only protect their users against it, but they know when these screenshots are going to happen. So either it's not completely random and it's scheduled, and they manage to, trial and error, figure out when it's going to happen, or they have some sort of back-end setup to the anti-cheat itself, in the sense of they've managed to somehow reverse engineer it to the point where they're able to figure this stuff out.
The whole reason I brought this up was because I know when Vanguard was on its way out and MW2 was getting ready to basically be announced, we heard a bunch of leaks and rumors about how they were basically revamping Ricochet to work with the new engine, because Ricochet, that was the first year it got introduced in Vanguard, and we knew that they were basically revamping it based on leaks and what devs were saying. This year we haven't heard anything whatsoever about Ricochet. We haven't heard any leaks. We've heard everything about MW4, campaign, multiplayer, and a third mode. I forgot what they're gonna do, but we haven't heard jack about anti-cheat.
No, and that's honestly it's both pro and con, because there's two things that could be happening. One is they're just going to carry over and keep doing what they're doing, which I hope and I pray to God that they're not going to do. I hope that they actually try, so to speak, in that sense, and fix the issues that we are seeing. But the other thing is that it could be a positive in the sense of they are keeping everything so close to the chest that it will catch these cheat providers off guard. You're never going to be able to eliminate cheating 100%.
No, you can't do that.
It's not possible. But if you, as long as, because it's forever a cat and mouse game. But if you are able to keep the upper hand in the sense of keep your secrets close to your chest and not leak anything out, you will always have the upper hand. I mean, look at the one of my favorite ones was actually done by WWE. This is a little stupid, but when Matt and Jeff Hardy came back for WrestleMania just recently, a couple of years ago, actually, I think it was probably almost 5 or 6 years ago now. Jesus, but that anyway. Nobody knew about it. The locker room had no idea. Obviously, that the people that were in the match knew that there was going to be another team, and they had an idea of the setup of where the team, what was going to happen in the match, but they didn't know the actual competitors. So when Matt and Jeff Hardy's entrance music hit, the entire crowd erupted. And you actually saw real live reactions from the wrestlers that were in the match going, oh, God, because they kept them out back. They completely on a bus. They didn't bring them off the bus until it was go time. So nobody in backstage had any idea. Nobody in Gorilla position really knew, except for, I believe it was Triple H and one other person. But so, in that aspect of it, it could be a positive. So keeping that stuff close to the chest. I know I went off a little bit tangent there, but my point being is if they're going to utilize it in the sense of being able to catch everybody off guard, it could definitely be a positive. But at the same point in time, based off their track record, I don't think that's the case. I think that they're just going to carry it over. In the proof is in the pudding, is the best way I can put it. Is you look at stuff right now, and TPM 2.0, that has been a staple and a industry standard
at this point. Yep, everything is just going to be using it.
Hey, dude. Well, that's the thing is that had been a thing for a hot minute before Activision decided to implement it in their anti-cheat.
Yeah, Windows had already started using it before games started. So.
Exactly. And the same thing with Microsoft Azure. So now you have two tactics, right, that Activision technically does not own, that they did not come up with on their own. So you have the TPM 2.0 that they held off on doing until literally last year. And then you've got Microsoft Azure that is supposed to be doing the integrity checking of their game. Why isn't it anything that Activision's came out with, like developed? Like they should know by now how to do this stuff, and they're not doing it. It's not their own thing, and it's a repeated problem where you are watching Activision or the quote unquote Ricochet anti-cheat team waiting for the answer to magically appear in front of them rather than being proactive and actually trying to work and develop their own stuff. You are seeing games like Fortnite, like Battlefield 6, that design their own anti-cheat, but they are in even Battlefield 6, right? Battlefield 6 designed their own anti-cheat. The game came out or had X amount of years in development, and they still somehow managed to beat Activision to the punch for both of those things, even though that the game was still in development and Activision had 3 or 4 games out that had the ability to work that and integrate that into their anti-cheat leading up to it. Yet again, these anti-cheats in these games managed to do it before them.
So I'm seeing Battlefield 6 in particular. They're just using easy anti-cheat. They don't have like an in-house anti-cheat.
Exactly. And that's right there. That's my point.
Yeah.
Is you have these industries that are reaching out to other companies that are reaching out to other companies in the industry going, hey, you guys are good at what you do. Help us. Activision is not doing that. They are literally just trying to do their own in-house stuff, but they're not doing it. Like, it's just, they are waiting for other people to do it, and then they like, oh, hey guys. It's stupid. It is so stupid. And you are like, you have these cheat devs in the past that have come out in the sense of like, not bragging, but sitting there saying like, hey, if you idiots did XYZ, this wouldn't be possible, but you're not doing it. It's Hoppa literally had to call them out on Twitter about the in-game player kick tool that was prominent in both the beta version of Battlefield of Black Ops 6, and halfway through the game's life cycle, it was still functioning.
Is that the thing where people were able to like type in a bunch of like cheat words or something like that, and you could get banned for that if somebody typed in the chat?
No, this was literally just being able to kick people from lobbies,
like the Vanguard thing.
You were no, even a little worse. Essentially, like if you were in game, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you're in game with me and you ticked me off. We're in a match, right? Mm-hmm. We're going. You make me mad. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up my engine, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to type in your username, your ID, and I'm just going to hit click.
So just
and you are kicked from that lobby.
Wow.
Instantly. And again, this tool had existed in the beta. And Activision came out via Call of Duty updates, I believe. They had Modern Warzone and Charlie Intel all dogpiling on its Hoppa, saying that, no, this has been patched. These are old clips. Ignore it. Shut up. You're an idiot, essentially. And then 2 to 3 days later, it's like, and then, not 2 to 3 days later, like 12 hours later, Hoppa posted a video of the current game build because it was Newtown with snow on it. And the tool was still being able to be, this tool was still fully functioning. And even the cheater, like the dev himself, was on his own channel streaming, just kicking people out of the lobbies, showing that the tool still works. It's one of those situations where Activision and Call of Duty specifically is on such a high horse that they refuse to take any help on anything, and I think that is what is hindering it the most. Is they would rather, like I said, wait for the answer to magically appear in front of them, or they will just ignore it and try and pretend like it's not a thing. Like, again, in my crash out video that I had, you're going to sit there and where you're going to call you out on Twitter, right, and show that your anti-cheat is not anti-cheating. There are people using blatant aimbot, and some of these aimbot videos look horrible. Like, the jittering is terrible. The snapping is aggressive. It literally looks like the top mouse and keyboard player snapping straight to heads. You don't see like the aimbot spinning, aimbot spinning anymore, or at least I haven't recently.
I haven't either.
But you still see stuff like this. How is your anti-cheat? How is the AI in the anti-cheat, nevertheless, not detecting this? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you have been training your anti-cheat and training your AI for almost 4 years now, and it still can't detect blatant aimbot.
They've been working on it like since correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Ricochet? I think it started development in Cold War. I think because that's when like the cheating was getting out of hand.
Yeah, it was because the stuff got really, really nuts.
Yeah.
And that's why you really started to see it on PC, because like in the older days, console cheating and modding and all that stuff, you had to know what you were doing. You couldn't just download a piece of software and call it a day. You had to know your stuff, or you were going to damage your console, or you were going to screw something up. It is what that's just how it was.
You see that
nowadays,
one clip where in Vanguard, those two guys. I'm sure you've seen it before, but that one clip where these guys are like arguing in a match, they're calling him a hacker. He's like, and he's like ending the match, and he just ends the match. Says host ended match. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh yeah, dude. That is exactly what I'm referring to when I say that you still see exploits that are possible to this day that were being used back in the the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii era. Those are executed exploits. Oh my God, executed exploits. Those are exploits that were being utilized in stuff that were staples in mod menus and RTM tools back in those days. How have you not learned to be able to combat that? It's just it is mind-boggling, and that still happens to this freaking day. I say this, playing MW2. There's people that are DDoSing servers right now. Like, that is highly traceable, and nothing is being done about it. Why? How are you not catching that? You should, like, if you have a user that is sending useless junk packets of information to a server, right?
Yep.
And then the server crashes because of it, that should generate a report and be like, hey, this is happening. Look into this. This is a problem. But it's not being looked into. Multiple times throughout the course of 3 weeks, I ran into the same cheaters that were crashing the lobbies, and none of them were banned, number one. And two, again, nothing is happening. And it's like, I don't understand if they just like decided to just drop the anti-cheat stuff in that situation, or if it's because that cheat hasn't been detected by Ricochet, because again, it is reactive versus proactive.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Really sad, like the way it's going right now. But so with MW4, right? We know it's going back to basics. Do you think that we're gonna see like it be what the franchise needs, or you think it's gonna be more of the same, like with what happened with MW2, where they kind of nerfed the movement down, and then we slowly went back up with the high movement, and then now we're going back to MW2 movement?
I think the game's in separate continuities, in the sense of like, if you're gonna do that with the mainline series games, that's fine. You can nerf the shit out of the movement in MW4, but BO6 and BO7 will still be the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when it comes to Warzone, it needs to be consistent. We have taken Warzone and we have made building blocks off of it now, right?
Yep.
So you can't walk it back. You can't do it. Otherwise, unless you do Warzone 3.0, because we're in Warzone what 2.0 right now.
We're in Warzone 1 again because they got rid of the 2.0.
yes, essentially.
So we're gonna go back to Warzone 2.
Hey, dude. So it's one of those situations that like you can't walk it back because the mainline series does something. They need to be separate continuities. Otherwise, what the hell is the point of adding something into the game?
they really walked themselves into a corner when they try to like combine both the franchises universe together, because after Cold War, right, that was like the last real time that we ever saw those universes interact, and ever since then we just seen problems come out.
Oh yeah, dude, 100%. And it has to do with the studios. I don't give a flying fuck what Activision says. These studios are not communicating with each other. They do not work well with each other.
We know that because
treated...
the leaks and the insiders that we've known about, they say that. So I don't know if you know, but right now, Infinity Ward is the head studio in charge of the whole Call of Duty thing. It's Infinity Ward. Anything that Treyarch or Sledgehammer or Raven, whenever they're making their own games, they have to report it to Infinity Ward, and they have to approve it. And right now, with the way everything's going with MW4, they basically want to make MW2 again, and nobody wants that, and they're so salty. They're basically saying, well, the community doesn't know what they want. We're just going to keep doing our thing. And based on how BO7 was doing right now financially, Microsoft is like finally putting their foot down, and they're going in there and they're like, hey, you're going to have to like basically change a bunch of stuff. And right now there's supposed to be like a leak where some of the workers at IW, like the creative leads, are threatening to resign over that, because they don't want to like have to change anything.
Hey, dude, and that is exactly, it's like leading into the anti-cheat problem. You're not willing to take criticism. You're not willing to take in input, and it is actively hurting you. And you just continuously, like, the best analogy that I can ever make is one that my grandfather told me, right? You sit there and you complain about being stuck in shit and smelling like shit. You're screaming and you're crying and you're whining about it, and you're telling everybody that you don't want to smell like shit anymore. And you're sick and tired of playing in this shit. But then you go ahead, and when somebody hands you a lifeline or a hand and says, hey, take my hand or take this, rope, and I will pull you out, you slap the hand and you slap the rope away and say, go screw yourself. And then you continue to play and cry and whine about playing in shit. It's the same analogy, or it's the same situation. You complain about like how, the community is reacting and everything to your game ideas or the games. Well, if the community as a collective is saying, hey, we don't like this idea, then you know what? Maybe take that as constructive criticism and be like, okay, what can we add to make you guys happy then? Because this is the drive line, or this is the, line that we have right now. What can we do to make this the best game possible? It is less of let's make the best game possible and more of, well, I want to do it how I want to do it. And you guys are going to have to deal with it because we're the game devs.
100%.
We're going to make what we want to make.
So I think this just about covers everything I wanted us to talk about. Before I close up shop, do you have any closing thoughts you want to say?
The only closing thought that I can really think of at the moment, it just comes down to, we all need to be more open-minded to everything. Like, it just, as I said, with how I'm going with the direction of my channel, I know for a fact that there are people out there that hate my guts, that think that I am a plague in the Call of Duty community, and that I am scum of the earth for doing game modding or anything that I did in the past. I don't do that anymore, number one. And I haven't done that since that era, because one, just there's no point. And two, I try my best to keep an open mind with everybody in the sense of like who has a bad experience or thinks that way. All I ever ask is that you have an open mind with me. As I've said, I've never done any of the things that I did when I was playing that game years ago, or making the mod menus or anything like that back in those days. It was never malicious. It was always about showing off what I can do and having fun with the community. If I ever was in a public match, I never ran God mode. I never ran anything like that. I never gave myself, an up in the sense of using walls or aimbot. And what I would do though, is I would, have public matches every now and then and announce like, hey, I've got a couple of people in here that want to play roll the dice. They want to play dodgeball. You guys are more than welcome to join in the game if you want. If not, well, here's a warning. I just want to give you guys a heads up. Or I would turn on, or if I was host, I would turn on infinite ammo and moon jump and just let people go nuts and do their own thing and have fun. It's all about having fun for me and showing people the kind of cool side of it all. As I said, and as you understand, having the ability to tell a computer or tell a game to do something and you actually see it play it out is one of the coolest things you could ever see. You know what I mean? Like, you see your creation, you see everything being brought to life.
Yeah. And like, listen, like, anybody watching this, like we're both open to discussions. Like, no one's like gatekeeping, like, you know, like blocking people. Like, I mean, if I'm sure ShadowCoDer, I mean, you probably have your Discords up to discussion if anybody wants to debate you or whatever. Like nobody's hiding anything, you know.
Oh, yeah, no. I've always been open and transparent. I talk to everybody in my comment section. I never banned anybody in my comment section in the sense of, like, regardless whether they hate me or they love me or they despise me. The only two people I've ever banned in my YouTube comment section was one guy that was being completely unhinged and throwing out a bunch of racial slurs and trying to tag a bunch of my subscribers in the comment section and calling them a bunch of slurs as well. Yeah. And it was actually, there was another person that I, honest to God, to this day, I can't tell if this person was a bot or if it was a real person. But they were just spamming "Bring Call of Shame back." Hashtag Bring Call of Shame back. And I'm just like, it was every video too, dude. Like, it was like 5 or 10 comments on every single video that I uploaded. And he would just spam it. And I'm just like, I'm not gonna, this is junk. Get out of here.
I've never had to deal with somebody like that. I've never had to ban anybody yet. Well, actually, no, because I didn't even ban that one guy that was going after me. But yeah, like I've never had to ban anybody yet. But yeah, like I'm always open. Like, I've always been in the comments debating people. Like, if you have like a different opinion than me, like, you know, we can talk about it. I've never like said, all right, screw you, you're blocked. I've never done that. I'm always up for an open discussion.
Hey, like, I like keeping my Discord private. That's at least until I can get my public one up and running.
Yeah.
That's why even when I added you or whatever, I threw out that I literally, like, I deleted the comment after I knew that you saw it. So I was like, okay, cool, and I got rid of it. But that's because I'm a private person.
Yeah.
But in the sense of, like, if you want to debate me in the comment section, by all freaking means, go for it, dude. If you, like, think that like I said, I'm scum of the earth, like a handful of people do think that because of, you know, they had a bad experience with a cheater, or they had a bad experience when they were, you know, playing COD those years ago. I am sorry. That is horrible. I will never defend, you know, bad apples in our community like that. But when I say this, the vast majority of our community back in those days, it was not malicious. None of us were really out to, like, do anything like that. And I genuinely feel bad for anybody that had a bad experience because it's unfair. And I will never sit there and, you know, debate the ethics of doing it in the first place. But like I said, I always wanted to drive home, and I will always continue to drive home, that for me, it was never about cheating. It was never about one-upping the competition. I don't see a purpose or a point for that. I don't get it. It's the same situation. Like, I can understand, like, people cheating in ranked. I get that. There's a point to it, to an extent. I'm not going to okay it, and I will never, you know, sit there and condone it in the sense of, like, yeah, you do you, buddy. Never. But do I understand why people do it? Yeah. Do I think that they're idiots and trash for doing it? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's still dumb. But it's like I brought up in my most recent video. The people that are cheating in casuals, it's fucking casuals. Like, you're not gaining anything out of it other than XP. And you're shitting on players that are low KD players. I don't understand. That's the one I don't get. You're not getting anything out of it other than XP. So if you're going to do that, then just go do it in regular Resurgence. Like, and gain something from it at least.
Yeah, well, I guess that's everything I wanted to cover, or we wanted to cover, really. And like I said, like,
I'll try to leave you in the description and the comment sections. So if you want to check out ShadowCoDer stuff, you can always do so. And really, like, honestly, man, it's been a blast. Like, it's a pleasure to meet you, you know? You don't really meet a lot of people like that, especially, like, in the modding community. And really, like, be a pleasure to do this again sometime, you know? Maybe you can make a COD tier list or even debate some Star Wars, you know? When the stars align. I know you're kind of busy.
Hey, dude, I'm definitely down. Honestly, like, same thing here. And the thing is, too, is that I can literally sit here and talk to you for hours. You're a super chill dude. You and I both have a lot of the same interests. And, you know, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity and the chance to kind of speak my mind. Because, again, I do understand that my content and what I did in the past is controversial in the sense of, like, not a lot of people are, like, again, it's just something you have to learn to deal with. And but I'm a very open and honest person. So it is what it is. So I do appreciate you giving me the time. I know that there's a lot of other content creators out there that I do kind of mingle with that, you know, will interact with me, but they don't, I don't want to say dare touch like an actual like sit down conversation or whatever, but you know, it's nice to be welcomed is the best way I can put it.
Yeah, 100%, man. I know that you kind of get a lot of hate, but I think what you do is pretty cool. Like, we don't have a lot of people like you in our community, especially some of the OGs, you know. As time goes on, like, a lot of the OGs either retire or they're doing something else. It kind of sucks, really. There's, like, a lot of new heads, but there's not a lot of the older people still around. Like, you know, like all the people like Merc Music. I know he still does COD, but it's not the same, you know. But it's always cool to see people like you still hang around, you know. I've been watching some of your videos, man. I like what you do, so I think like just keep up the good work, you know. That's really all you gotta do, man. Like next time, bro, you need to. I swear to you, man. Like you sound like Blame Truth. For your next video, you should just open up and just say, "What's up, guys? It's Blame Truth, the COD father." Just
honestly,
like
I think a lot of it comes down to the editing software because I run my editing software and that's where I tend to capture my voice versus just freeballing it through my mic like right now. And I think it's the different softwares that have the different audio profiles. I mean, that could be it. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, like honestly, man. Like I said, it's been a blast, really. But yeah, like if anybody wants to check out his content or my content, I'll obviously if you're on my channel, you can just keep scrolling up or scrolling down, however you want to do it. If you want to check out ShadowCoDer's content, is it ShadowCoDer or ShadowCoDer? Because sometimes I see a little different.
ShadowCoDer.
Okay.
The ShadowCoDer thing is it's a play on words. Shadow is always been my tag ever since I was like 13 years old. And the coder thing piece is obviously hinting towards my coding past, but also the COD thing in it. So it's a, you know, a goofy, nerdy play on words.
Well, there you have it, ShadowCoDer. Now, I have no idea what I'm going to title this video, bro, this podcast. I'm probably going to title it The Dragon's Den or something. This is like my first time doing this, something like this. I've been in other podcasts, but I've never hosted my own. And you're like my first guest, so probably gonna call it The Dragon's Den or something. I'm probably gonna call it The Dragon's Den or something like that. I have no idea. You're probably gonna say that. I'm probably gonna say that ShadowCoDer went nuclear or something like that. Goes nuclear on hacker. I'm gonna title it something like that. ShadowCoDer goes nuclear on hackers and have like the nuke like background. We call them the nuke on BO7.
Oh hell yeah!
It'll probably be something like that. But yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and we'll catch you guys next time. Peace.